Nobody's watching yet, but I'm going to start working on Pinball here. I gotta adjust some switches, and there's a few little tweaks and adjustments I need to make, so I figured I might as well turn the stream on and mess around with it. So gotta get the glass off first. And I got my microphone kind of in the way, but we're just going to work and see what we can get done. I can't tell if anybody's joined, but I do have my chat window up on the TV on the wall there, so I can easily see the chat window. So feel free to jump in and ask any questions. I think I'm talking to myself right now, but that's alright. It's super late / early in the morning, so I don't expect to get too many, if anybody, in here, but that's alright. I may end up just putting this on YouTube later. If it works, if I'm successful. Alright. Put my screws down here. Alright, well, it says there is at least one other viewer, so thanks for watching. Basically what I'm working on here is adjusting the switches underneath the ramp. So both of these switches, they work, but they're not completely sensitive, and for the most part they're not giving me the appropriate score, or any score, when I need to hit the ramp here for the solar value, which is a big part of scoring in this game. Yep. So right now it's going through kind of a mode check, and I really don't have to have it on while I'm working on it, but it makes for a little more interesting on camera, I think. Alright, so I've got my cable down there. Yep. Alright. Interesting. So one side has a quick disconnect. There we go. The other side does not. Take a look at what's going on here. Oh, that was probably added in afterwards. And it looks like these need to be, oh yeah, that cable is about hanging off and falling off, so that would explain why that's not registering. This one is looking pretty good on this side, so there could be issues deeper down in there, but this one for sure, this quick disconnect right here is what's causing that one not to work. So this one may work fine on the exit, it's just not registering, and so it doesn't give you any credit once you go around. Alright. Let's see. I need to find some of my tools out here, looking for my multimeter. Packed a lot of my stuff up the other day, and so it's all over the place. So I may not have my multimeter around, and I'm not sure where the other one is. Question is, where is my soldering iron now? At this point, I don't know where I have a box of tools. Oh, there it is. That was not it. All right. I gotta go out to my truck for a minute. Kitty. There's Chodesley. Alright, well I was just outside looking for, I have a bag of tools that I can't find, which includes my soldering iron. So I may not actually be able to fix what I'm trying to fix tonight, which would be a bummer, since I went through all the hassle to get the camera set up. looks like I'm out of my tools, so I may not be able to fix the ramp like I wanted to today. And my phone disconnected, so there we go. So what I discovered underneath, I can't tell. Yeah, I can't even see it on my screen. This wire here is hanging on by literally one thread. So that's what's causing the problems with my, oops, better mute that, with this switch. So when you go up the ramp here, it's not registering. And then it started registering and it found out that this is just barely attached. So any little movement will disconnect it. But if I don't have my soldering iron, I can't fix it, which is a bummer. But while I got this off, there's bulbs in here that need to be replaced with LEDs. And these are 89 flashers, which is good because I have plenty of LED flashers. And these ones are still okay. These two back here are 1251s, which are higher voltage, and that's the same thing that they use up in the topper. But what I found is the LED 89s work in there as well and seem to have no problem. The reason that they are a little bit different is these ones are designed to stay on longer than simply a flash. So potentially that means it could burn out an LED faster, but we'll see. I got plenty of them, so if they do burn out, I'll change them with the correct. But I don't think they make direct 1251 replacements like they do 89s. But the voltage is so similar that I think it should be okay. That's what I used up in the back box, and I've got to adjust some of those too, so we'll do that while we're in here. My bags of LEDs here. I gotta look here and see if I've got, for some reason it's not streaming off to my phone here. Keep saying I went offline. There it is. Alright. So I got a whole bunch of LEDs in the mail recently, and I haven't gone through them all yet. So I think I'm just going to spill them out right here and take a look. So I got my frosteds. These are bendies. None of these are my flashers. Let me grab the other bag. So I got a bunch of multicolored. There's the flashers right there. And you can see that. I'm watching the delayed screen that everybody else is seeing there. The thing with these, I got a whole bunch of different styles, so we're just gonna have to try them out and see what color they are. I thought I got mostly all whites, but we'll see. Yep. So the ones that are in the back here behind the visor, they're so recessed, and these don't have like a bulb top, so they're just flat. So when I put it in there, it's even with the playfield surface, so I'm going to have to do those from the underside, which is kind of a bummer, but that's alright. fine. I think what I'm going to do is go into test menu here. That's not what I wanted. I don't want these settings. Oh, I probably should get out of the way there. I don't know if the the other camera is not showing the score, the screen. Let's see if I can adjust that a little bit. So you can see the menu options as I go through there. Alright, there they are. So that's telling me the switch over here is not connected, the enter ramp switch. And I think the other switch it detected might have been this one, because that's the other one that's giving me problems. These are all the audits since I've reset them last. Which actually is pretty high. I think it might have been when I did the batteries not too long ago. Yeah, solar percent 0, because the switches aren't working. These are all just the basic settings here. I think I need to get into the diagnostics section. I'm going the wrong direction with my tests there. Chodesley, if I try to install Space Cadet onto a new computer, will I get a virus? I'm not actually familiar with Space Cadet, so I do not know, but with anything you download online, you have to be careful with viruses. You know, I haven't had a virus on my computer in years, but I don't download a whole lot of stuff anymore. I've already gone through these menus. I may have to find my manual here and figure out what I'm doing wrong to get into diagnostics. I just want to go into the switch test, which maybe that's just the default. Yeah, Vortex 20K is not working. Interesting. That's not what I want. Oops. Oh, I want to do that. I haven't played Space Cadet, so I do not know. I don't have any online virtual pin or anything installed on my computer. It's all just real pinball machines. I do have the Pinball arcade on the PlayStation 4, but I have not played any other Windows-based pinball. Alright, well, I'm not going to waste more time trying to get into that diagnostics mode there. Not for now. It's too late in the morning. But I'm going to try to put those bulbs in from the bottom side, so I'll turn the table over when I get this put back together. I got to get this soldered, but I don't know where my soldering iron is, so which is odd because I know I brought it home from my studio, but I moved a lot of crap around in here recently, so I have no idea where it went. What's funny is last time I had this opened up, some of the screws that I had put in popped out. So I think some of these are, the threads are not good, but they popped out and disappeared. So maybe we'll find them when we flip the table up here in a minute. You know what, before I do this, my LED on the pop bumper is not in, it's loose in the socket. So I think I'll fix that before I put this back together. And I'm going to replace a couple of these little bulbs that are bright. This one back here, this blue one, I think I have domed blue that will look a little better in here. So this little blue one, I want to get, well, maybe I didn't order any domed blue ones. I thought I did. Oh, here they are. Well, there's more of the flashers too. So these are the warm white flashers. The other one's cool white. So I put cool whites in these back ones, which I think will look good. We got yellow domed. flashers, 89s. So I got those for my Batman pin. There's all the multicolored dome. There it is. That looks pretty good. If I can get it to lock in. It's right by this other post, which I think I need to remove. I'm going to move the microphone a little closer. I don't know if you guys can hear me. So in this section I'm working on right now, I don't know if you can even see it on the camera very well. There's usually a plastic that continues from back here underneath the ramp that continues all the way out to the edge, and this is extremely common to be broken on almost all these pinbots. And there were some reproductions created, but the entire plastic covers the whole lower section. It's not just a little strip there, but it breaks all the time. So if anybody knows of one, let me know, because I need one. There's a few other pieces. There's a little crack on the side here in front of the ramp, and I've been watching one on eBay. I may have missed it. It may have closed today. And then a couple little flipper. The front edge of the right flipper needs to be fixed. Alright, so that looks a lot better, that blue. Hard to tell on camera, but that's right. So let's put this little post back in. And I'm pretty sure this post is just support for the piece that's missing. But I'll put it back there since I'll need it someday. And rubber it back on. Oops. So on these rubber pieces here, there's little sensors that this little switch here senses when you hit the rubber to give you a score. They bend really easy, and so you want to make sure that when the rubber's in place, it's a very tiny gap in between the two sensors on there. That way when the ball touches, it's just enough to touch it and give you the score. Alright, just looking on my list here. Got Kapalsam on here. Excellent. Thanks for streaming earlier. That was a lot of fun to watch. The virtual stream. So, I don't know when you joined, but I can't find my soldering iron, which means I can't fix this switch. The wire itself is like frayed, and there's only one wire from the strand that's actually still connected. So that would explain why it's not registering all the time, or much at all. But before I go underneath and lift it up, there's some other things I'm going to do. So I'm going to go in and fix the LED in this pop bumper, which requires taking off this mini playfield. And to do that, then I got to go through, there's quite a few screws that are attached there, plus the little wire ramp. So this all has to come off just to get underneath there. Which I was hoping when I put the LEDs in, I wouldn't have to go back under there again. But the sockets are bad for these. Almost all pop bumpers have these weird little sockets that when you push it down and twist, they're supposed to just be held in there by a spring, but it's not really a spring, it's just a bent piece of metal. It's a very weird design. So, take this off here. And this other little camera's probably just looking at the back of my head. Yep. Great placement. Here, take that rubber off. You can see I'm blocking the view. Let's see. There's a delay here, but maybe this will work. I set the camera up to be on autofocus, so hopefully that'll work a little better, and I got better lighting in here, which I think will work better for gameplay too. I'm just waiting for the delay to see if that fixed it. There we go, a little better. Okay. was too big, so I need my pliers here. I had a lot of my tools out at my studio downtown, and then I brought some of them back and not all. So I have a box of all the tools I normally use that I can't find. So we're improvising. I've got some little wrenches over there, but I don't think it's the right size. Let's try that. Wow, too small. And too big, of course. Alright, so we got Jodanar. Thanks for watching. Really appreciate it. This is probably kind of boring, but I've got the chat window up there, so feel free to chat away or ask questions or whatever. I got it set up on my big screen so it's easy to see. Not have to look at my phone all the time, but I'm doing it anyway. This is one of those lock nuts, so this is the stupid way to do it with these pliers. So I recommend when you're working on your pinball machine, make sure you have all the correct tools first. It's a lot more efficient. All right. What's funny is I probably didn't have to take this nut all the way off. Maybe so. So there's the ramp. Pretty simple. Oh yeah. So they do a little tricky thing here where you got to take this little decorative plastic off to get to the other screw underneath. Move the camera down again. I don't think that's visible. I need to get like a live camera view. Yeah, the pliers are making me feel bad for the bolt head. Me too. It should not be used like that, but that's what I got for now. And sadly, that one is just slightly bigger. This multi 10-in-1 screwdriver. Oh, I just heard it got a. Is that a new follower, or I can't see my notification? Oh, I think that was a host. Excellent. Well, thanks for hosting. Appreciate it. So, Jordan, are you going to start rebuilding that Flight 2000? All right, I think we're good there. Yep. Don't have a screw in that side. So there's the upper playfield. Looking to see what my view. I'm going to change that camera angle just a little bit more. It's hard to tell if it's actually lined up. It's a little bright. I don't know if if you can see if I get in the shadow here. This little LED that's inside is just resting right on the contact. So it's got a little bit of power going to it, but not enough. And I don't even know where my needle nose pliers are. They're probably with my soldering iron. So I can't bend this to fix it, unless I can just work it by hand. We'll try that out. It's really loose. But now that I got these new bulbs, I think I'm going to just change them out anyway. And instead of have these super brights, I'll put a domed version in, which I think will look a little better, maybe. It's a little bit, looks a little better maybe. These ones that are just flat, sometimes the problem with those is they go straight up and you don't get any diffusion of the light. So these domed ones kind of spread the light out a little bit. I think it illuminates the edges a little better on these pop bumpers. But the socket definitely is loose. And right now in the mode it's showing how to play the game. So I gotta wait till the mode switches back. There's Kapalsum. I gotta remember to keep looking up on my screen. I've got the big screen on the wall that shows the chat window now, so if I remember to look up, it's a lot easier to look at than my phone. But it doesn't show me my alerts. I can hear them from the other room, but it doesn't show me what they are. But I heard the hosting alert, so that's pretty cool. Thank you for hosting. Yeah, so if you have board problems, Jadanar, if you've got board problems, that can be a pain to diagnose. My Batman that I was working on. Oh, hold on. Cat is getting into things. Come on, Charles, move. Hey, get out of here, Charles. Get. Cats love to be the center of attention. When they're not, they find a way to make the most noise and get in the most trouble. Alright, there we go. Yeah, with these LEDs, they're all pretty much set up to be direct replacements for standard incandescent. So they do run off of, I think these are, I don't think it's 12 volt. 12 volt usually in the coin door, but I think on the playfield it might be 6. I don't know, maybe 12. I haven't thought about it too much recently. But yeah, they're direct drop-in replacements. The older LEDs actually were polarized, so you'd have to put them in the right direction. And some of these flat ones, like the wedge style, I don't know if there's too much glare on there, but the wedge style have leads that go off either side. That damn cat. Hold on, sorry about that. Hey, get out. Get out of here. Sorry for the interruption. He loves paper. And I just opened a box with packing paper. Alright. So this one feels, that feels pretty solid now. I'm going to go ahead and put the cap back on and then compare to the other ones. Yeah, so as I was mentioning before, the older LEDs sometimes don't work in every machine for some reason, but it seems like the newer ones that have been coming out in the last year or so, they're called fully rectified. So they actually have, I think there's either a little diode or a resistor or something built in that can help with the power, and they're more compatible with some. But for the most part, you just plug them in and go. There's very few tables that I know of that are incompatible with some of these bulbs. So what's interesting here, so this is the one I just put in, And I need to move the camera again so you can see the other three. So the one I just put in only has 2 LEDs on the surface, but it's domed, and it's actually spreading that light out, whereas these have 4, but they're not quite as bright because the light is just coming straight up through there. This one here, they're both exactly the same bulbs, but the middle one is like 50% brightness of the one up here, which usually just means it has a bad connection in the socket. It's not getting full power. But I really like the way the domed one looks a lot better. And technically, I put a red one in there, but because the caps are red, you could put in like a white that might even be brighter that's going to turn red just because of the cap. So maybe I'll try that in here just to compare and see which one looks better. Because I know I have a lot more of the whites than I do these colored ones, which are good for GI or inserts. Even though the domed ones are mostly for GI, the inserts, it's better off to have just a straight LED. You'll get brighter color showing through the plastic. That's interesting. So this one, is, even though it's only half as bright, and I can even tap and adjust the light of that one. So it could be that something along the string with these bulbs is not getting enough power. It's kind of odd. Let's try one of these white ones. Oh, that's actually pink. Interesting. Yeah, those are all pink. I've got a separate bag for whites. Scissors, there we go. There we go, so there's white. So the red actually does look better. It's a lot darker red, so you get more of the red color, whereas this almost just becomes a little orange. And that could be that these plastic domes are just faded from time, because they are warped from the heat of the old incandescents. But the white gives it almost, I mean, it's kind of a neat retro look, because it has that kind of orangish incandescent look, but I think I'm going to go with red. Just color match it, looks a lot nicer. And actually, some of these, it's hard to tell on a lot of these LEDs. They have the color stripe, and sometimes they're red, sometimes they're orange. Yeah, that's orange. The little color plastic ring is so close. I think these are all orange. I'm going to try one of these yellows just to see what it looks like here. Oh, there's yellows and what else? Purple. Yep, yellow. That's actually a pretty cool looking yellow. Yellow in LED doesn't show up always very, very good for some reason. But that was pretty cool. So I think maybe all of my reds showed up as orange. Nope, that's red. I think. No. I wonder if my pop bumpers are a little different. Yeah, that camera looks like it might be overexposed, so it may be hard to even see on the camera what it really looks like. Let's see if I block the light a little bit, if that helps. Yeah, the colored LEDs really do enhance the overall color. Some people actually really hate that because they like the old style incandescent look. But when you're color matching, let's see, yeah, they look exactly the same. So it might be, maybe not. They're really close though, but there's definitely a difference, and it's not the plastic. Huh. But yeah, when you color match your inserts, so like under the playfield, if you use the same color LED as the inserts, it really enhances that color a lot. I think it looks really good. The problem that a lot of times happens with LEDs is people use color in the GI and the general illumination, and then your whole playfield starts turning purple and orange. And even this one, it's got blue on the left and then red on the right to match like the Pinball arms and the color of the game. And at first it was almost too much. And so I've kind of gone through and I've adjusted a few. I'll probably pull off of the plastics over the slingshots too and adjust that slightly, because I swapped them around a little bit, but I'm using these open without the domes. I think I want to switch to domed underneath there because they're just a little too bright. Even under this one, there's two, but because they're covered by plastic, it's okay to have those without a dome on them. I think it'll add a little bit more light without going overboard. Alright, so right now, again, it's teaching the rules during the attract mode. Yeah, I think I'm okay with that. The thing with these pop bumpers, though, is because it's such a pain to get to them with the mini playfield up there. I want to make sure that they're solid and not going to come loose. Yep, that's good. Cool. Yeah, the GI, I always like to use the warm white domed. Whoops. Because it just looks a lot more natural. A lot of people will use like those pink ones, and then the whole game will have this shade of pink that some people really like. In some cases, you know, oddly enough, I didn't think pink was very cool until I tried it in a couple places. It really can enhance the colors without changing their colors when you use it underneath some of the inserts. So it can be used well in the right places, but if it's used for the entire GI, it looks, to me, it looks awful when purples. The early LEDs, when people started doing it on all the games, almost everything came out with this purple wash to it. And sometimes it can look good for certain games, but some games I think it's better to color match, but then your GI mostly warm whites or cool whites. Cool whites actually at first looked too purple to me. They had too much blue going on, and now they're actually pure white, which looks really good in most cases. The warm whites have just a little bit of a yellow tint to them that simulates the incandescent color. So the color temperature is a little bit lower, so you get more of a reddish color. Come on out of here. That socket's really tight. I really think this one is orange. They must be so close. Let me try a couple of them. Those look almost obviously orange in this light. Blue, yellow. This socket's really tight, which is good and bad. Come on. Yeah, I think they're mostly all orange, and maybe I got one or two reds mixed in because they're so close. The little bands look all identical. Yeah. Well, that's what's going in there. One more try. Orange. Alright, that's going to have to stay. Of course, now it's loose after I've wiggled it out. Alright, hold on. Oh, is the audio cutting out? Yeah, let's see here. Yeah, it's plugged in to one portion of the hub. I actually have ordered another hub, and it was supposed to show up today, and it's still like in another state. So I'll have it tomorrow, and hopefully that'll fix the audio. So if the audio cuts out, apologies for that. Hopefully I'll have that fixed. But yeah, these domed ones, it just diffuses the color a little bit. And some domed ones, like these ones, when you're on, you can still see the LED inside. From the side, it's a little more diffused. Bulbs.com. These ones are not from there. Pinballbulbs.com. Their frosted is actually completely opaque, so you don't see any hot spots of the bulb itself, which I a little bit brighter because it does come through a little bit further. I want to make sure this is wedged tight before I put the top back on. It was super tight, now it's loose. Alright. Nope. Guaranteed that's orange. It's kind of bugging me, but it's okay. If they're all orange, this one for some reason looks darker red, but it might just be my angle I'm looking at it. So maybe they're all orange. As long as they match, I'm okay with that. So yeah, where I started with this machine, fully playable except my switches at the top of the ramp, which I don't think is in frame anymore. My ramp, the switches are not working well, and it turns out that one of the switch wires is barely hanging on. So that was an easy explanation, but I don't have my soldering iron wherever I can't find where I put it. I think it's potentially still at my studio. There was one load of stuff that I didn't get back here. So I'll go tomorrow and check it out, because I have to fix that, because the game is not as fun to play when your primary jackpot doesn't register. And the exit ramp switch also doesn't work all the time, but I think it's probably tied to this one, so it measures whether you hit it and then roll back, or if it goes all the way through. And if it's not registering the first one, I don't think it gives you credit for this one, because there's no way to hit that without going to the first. So I think it may auto-disable that one if it doesn't detect. Okay, so we're good there. I'm going to go ahead and put the upper plate fill back on. And yeah, I did lose a screw somewhere last time, or two screws actually, and they both disappeared somewhere along the ramp side, and they disappeared down a hole or somewhere, and I didn't hear them fall inside the cap. So I think when I tilt the machine up, or I tilt the playfield up, they're probably going to fall out and I'll find them. The extra one I need here, and I think I have everything else. Yeah, there's, in terms of the overall paint on this machine, it's not bad. The owner previous to the owner I bought it from had, or who knows how long ago it's been, installed the full playfield Mylar kit and did a pretty terrible job at it. There's quite a few areas, like right underneath here where it goes into the vortex ramp, that you can tell that they trimmed the excess with an X-Acto blade and cut into the playfield. And then there's the Sun logo, which I don't think is even in frame here on the camera, but the Sun insert was overheated from the bulb underneath and it melted, and so they kind of sanded it down and flattened it, and then instead of getting an actual new replacement sticker or decal to show the Sun logo, they just mylar'd over the whole thing. So now there's just the tiniest bubble. I don't know if you can hear it or not, but there's a bubble. So that's a bummer. So what I thought about actually taking the entire Mylar off, but I'm really afraid to even attempt it and ruin the playfield even further. It's in good shape otherwise. I mean, there's not a lot of wear everywhere because it does have Mylar, but the Mylar was just installed poorly. But it kind of scares me to even think about trying to take it off and potentially rip up paint. I did order off Pinside. There's a guy that makes a sticker that goes right across the top of the target bank, and it matches the lines and the paint. So when the target bank goes down, it looks seamless going in. Of course, mine has a little bit of wear on the edges, but I think that'll actually look pretty nice. Except I ordered it like over a month ago, and I'm not getting any responses from him, even though he posted fairly recently to when I ordered it in the thread. I've not heard from him, and I've sent a couple check-in emails and haven't heard anything. So hopefully I get it. I'm still within my PayPal timeline, so that's okay. But I was thinking that'd be a pretty easy mail it off and install it. The other thing you can probably hear on this microphone, there's buzz in these speakers, and they are related to somehow the lighting. When the grid on the chest, the matrix grid, starts flashing, you can hear it affect it quite a bit. Yeah, I thought about doing like a full playfield restore, but I really don't want to. I mean, for me, I play it all the time. This is a game I enjoy, but hassle. There is right now on eBay a really nice Pinball playfield for like $600, but to me, it's not worth it. I don't think. Not for this game, at least. There's too many other games that I really want. Like this one, I like a lot, but it's one that I could see I would trade up for something else. It's not one that I would say is like a permanent keep in the collection. Especially if I found a Bride of Pinbot, I'd instantly do a Bride of Pinbot trade. But anybody who owns a Bride of Pinbot that's getting rid of it probably isn't going to want an original Pinbot. They've probably already had it and moved on as well. Okay, what's next? Get the ramp back in there. And sadly that means I gotta screw this nut back down. The bubble on the playfield, there's not really anything under it, it's just that the insert itself, let's see if I can adjust the camera straight down. So I can't see if it's adjusted or not, but the insert itself is actually below the playfield. So the part where they sanded it because it was heat damaged actually went lower. So the Mylar is actually the only thing keeping it smooth. And it's not like there's air like it's coming up. It's actually just a dip down below. Yeah, there it is on camera. You can hear it. So that's kind of a bummer. But it plays okay. I mean, the ball doesn't get stuck there. It goes right over it. So I think the best thing for me to do here is just to get one of the clear decal overlays that has the Sun logo and just stick it on there, which will give it the tiniest little bit of a ridge, but it's recessed just enough that I don't think it's going to matter. I think it'll work just fine. Not ideal, but that's alright. I got a good deal on this, and it's a little better than Player's Condition, I think. A lot of fun. Besides the switches on the ramps, it's fully playable. All the new rubber that's on here is really nice. I do have some issue with the shooter lane when you shoot up into the vortex ramp. Occasionally it bumps off the side or something happens where it doesn't quite get to the top. So I think some of that is related to the spring on the shooter, and it's not hitting it perfectly centered, because I have been able to get up there even though it's really difficult. So I'm still working on that. That's something else. When I lift the playfield up, I might try to replace that. I actually bought some new new buttons that need to go in, and a new shooter rod that's the translucent blue. Oops, that don't fall. So I got this translucent blue shooter rod. I don't know if it shows up on camera very well, but it's pretty cool. So I think I'll put that in. And I got new coils, or a new shooter sleeve, which the rod's centered. And I think that's the big thing. I've read a lot that on this game especially, if the rubber on the end of your shooter rod doesn't contact the ball and directly in the center, that's when it throws it off just enough that it hits the sides, because it's almost got to be perfect all the way up to the top and entering this ramp to get all the way up there. I really dislike using these pliers. But I'm being very careful not to strip the head. Yeah, Jackpot's a cool game. I'm pretty sure a lot of the parts are compatible since it is almost identical layout, but Jackpot is just much newer and a little more high-tech. It's got DMD, whereas this is just the regular LCD score. But these are actually upgraded. These are really nice new score display here. I'll probably take that off here in a minute because I need to move some of the bulbs inside. Okay. Almost. Alright, that's good enough. Okay, what next? The rubber pulled back together and move the camera angle back up to the top. Actually, the little plastics here on the bottom, these are cracked, and they're in place and they work, but they're kind of cracked. And I was actually watching some on eBay that were like $3, and I forgot to bid before they closed, and they actually had a bite now of $5 a piece. I should have just done that, just because these are cracked and they're loose, even though they're not integral to the game. So I was just debating on, do I want to spend $10 in shipping just for these pieces? The piece I really want is this one for the flipper, for the front edge, and the last time one came up, it was a pair for both of them, and they wanted, I think, $30 or $40 and 15 shipping, and I don't want to spend that much just for this corner. And of course the big blue one in the back that has the strip back here, that one's near impossible to find, and everybody wants it. So hopefully CPR, will print a new set of plastics, but they did a run a year ago, and they said that was the last one they're going to do. And everybody bought them up and used the parts they wanted and sold the ones they didn't need, and I think they're all gone now. So hopefully I'll be able to find one sometime. Okay. So I think that camera's back up to the top. Alright. Put this little piece back on there. There's a guy on Pinside right now that's building Pinbot 2.0. So kind of like Bride of Pinbot 2.0, which is being controlled by a, what do they call it, JPAC computer. He's doing a little upgrade where the instruction card on the left side is replaced with a little LCD monitor instead of putting a new DMD up there. So it has a little LCD monitor with custom animations, and I think it's running off Arduino, but it changes the game a little bit. And he's actually made a cool ramp that comes off of the upper playfield here, and it's just a wire ramp that takes it over and drops it to the left in lane, which is kind of a neat feature, because right now all it does is just drop off and hit the playfield. It's kind of a neat idea to have a left in lane return like we have the right lane return here at the bottom. So that's kind of a neat idea, and he just custom made it out of piano wire or something. It looks pretty decent, actually. But yeah, some of the changes to the scoring, and there's a couple little servos that actually will close the out lanes during certain modes, which is kind of neat, and they're on timers too. So it's kind of cool, because this game is notorious for draining out the out lanes, and so the idea of being able to remotely open and close them based on some other switches or modes is a really cool idea. Of course, it seems like it might be like cheating, but if it makes the game a little bit more fun for home use, I'm all for that. Because this game is super challenging as it is, and those out lanes, especially the left of it not always being closed, and he's designed it where you can just basically switch it on and off. If you want to play it all original as it was, you can switch off those modes. But pretty cool idea. I like seeing innovation like that in pinball, especially on these older games. Give them a little bit new life. Alright, so this playfield's back in order. I'm missing this screw, but I'm going to leave it because it's mounted everywhere else, so that's fine. Gotta close the ramp down. See if that angle, I'm going to raise the camera up a little bit more so I can see the ramp. Oh shoot, that's how I lose those things. Okay, got any big tips or lessons for somebody who has no idea where to start or what they're doing? No, just do it. Just get in there and take a look at it and take things apart. Take good pictures. If you're going to take things apart, use your cell phone or a camera or something and take pictures of everything before you take it apart, and be more organized than MySpace. Try to like determine where you're going to lay stuff out. It might help to actually have like a white poster board and lay things when you take it off the playfield. They came off the playfield, so they stay in order. Like all the screws, put them right where the holes were. And the first game I had was the Freddy machine behind me, and I literally the first day after I played it for hours and hours, I took it all apart and then I put it right back together. And there was no reason to do so because it was pretty much all working. There were a couple things, like there was a couple of optos I had to fix, but I didn't know how to do that. I wasn't really even familiar with what an opto was. I had an idea of the concept, but I took it all apart, and then I read a ton of tutorials online, and that's pretty much the key, is just, you know, get in there and work on it. But don't lose parts. Keep track of where they go. That's one of the most important things. Because even after I put back Freddy, I was still, I had like an extra screw or something. I have no idea where it was supposed to go. But that happens too. Oftentimes you're going to find that you end up with extra parts. But if you are really good at keeping track of where things came from or where they went, then you should be good. The thing with a lot of games, and with Flight 2000, I think it's a lot simpler because it doesn't have like all these ramps that go over the top. It's all kind of flat, which is like Firepower and Firepower 2. Those are a lot easier to work on because you don't have all these pieces that are on top, and you don't have to take the whole thing apart just to change a stupid bolt. Flight 2000 has a bunch of plastics that come off, but if I remember correctly, that one has like the little plastic nuts that screw down and hold the plastics on, like Firepower. So those should just be able to unscrew by hand. It may have screws, I can't remember. But you can take all those plastics off, and then pretty much everything is available to you right there. The pop bumpers, just like these, the caps come off, and if your pop bumpers are cracked, a lot of the work is done underneath, and there's pretty much replacement parts for those easily available, so those are easy to fix. Yeah, with no ramps or extra layers, it's actually a lot easier, so that's a great one to start on. I almost bought one, must have been about a year and a half ago, came up for a really good price, and I was ready to get it, and then somebody else got it out from under me, which is okay. I don't really have a lot of room for extra ones at the time, but the price was so good I didn't want to pass up on it. And it was in decent shape. I think they were all and it really didn't need a lot of work. It needed to be cleaned. It hadn't been shopped out in I don't know how long. Probably potentially its whole life. The rubber was kind of beat up on it, but that stuff's easy. I mean, less than $20 you can get a rubber kit for pretty much any game, and that alone will make a game play so much nicer. So I notice now that I'm putting this back, my flap is actually sitting properly on this ramp. Last time I did it, this flap here was like sticking way up, but it could be because the ramp itself is in the upper position. Maybe when it goes down it's going to pop up again, but when I first got it, the flap was actually under the ramp, and so that was causing some issues too. It was popping the ball up to the glass, which my very first stream, it was hitting the glass like so many times. That was really annoying. Let's see. Oh yeah. Oh, so on the underside of your playfield, if you've taken that all apart, that is a lot harder to put back together. But again, take pictures when you're doing that stuff. Make sure to have good photo reference. Because underneath the play field, you've got all the wiring for the whole harness. The good thing is, for the most part, the wire harness holds its position. So when you start pulling some of the connectors apart, they'll want to kind of go back to where they were for the whole life of the pin. So they're sometimes easier to put back that way, but when you start messing with your coils and switches and bulbs and stuff under there, sometimes it's easy to forget where those go. The good thing is the holes, when you take screws out, you know there's got to be a screw going back in, so it's usually pretty easy to figure out where things go again. One of the problems I had with Freddy and with Royal Rumble is they have the subway ramps that are the underside ramps, so when a ball drops through a hole and pops out somewhere else, you've got ramps that are attached down there. And with Freddy, there was an opto built in, so it had an infrared light shining on one side with the receiver, and when the ball rolls through, it detects it's basically an optical switch. And that one was bad, and those optos are actually mounted to tiny little circuit boards in little holding, and I had to replace like 3 of them. And so they don't make the same exact one now that's already pre-made on the little circuit board. So I actually had to buy the little LED emitter and the receiver and then solder it back on the board, which at the time I didn't have a good soldering iron, and I think I ruined several of them, but I eventually got it figured out, and it worked so much easier. It was way cheaper. It was only a few cents per little receiver thing, little LED. So it was a lot easier, and I was able to reuse the existing properly mounted brackets. Oh, so the previous owner took it apart before you got it. That could be tricky. So yeah, follow the wire memory, and then look up the schematics. Sometimes if you don't know how to read schematics, they're almost useless for you. But at least they kind of give you an idea of, you can see the color of the wire if it's all the original wire harness, and look on the schematics, and a lot of times they'll have the color of the wire mentioned in there, so you'll know where it's supposed to go. But if your wires are like trimmed, or I don't know, it could be a nightmare. But like me, I like solving puzzles and figuring things out. So it's actually, for me, I enjoy working on them and fixing them and repairing and diagnosing almost more than playing. Because for me, the problem-solving aspect is a lot of fun. But yeah, it can definitely take a lot of time. And if you have a multimeter, that's a great way to go through and attach one end to the wire that you're trying to figure out where it is, and then just touch places and see if you get a boy, I don't even know what they call it, but you can clip onto one side of a wire, and you can detect where the energy is going through that wire, through a whole harness all the way up into the back box. So it has a little wand that's separate from the power source, and it's just a little battery operated with alligator clips, and you clip it on to like ground and then somewhere else, and you can use that wand to trace through all the wires and then see where that signal is going. So that can help you figure out where the wires came from or where they're supposed to go. The schematics will tell you exactly every little wire that comes off the board, where it goes. And most of the time you're going to have switch matrix and lamp matrix to deal with. And those can be tricky. That's what I dealt with on my Date East Batman. I had my pop bumper that the ball basically drains down the center. Every time you plunge it, it hits the center pop bumper first. And that, in the switch matrix, was causing the slam tilt to activate. So the game would pretty much shut down every time you shot the ball. So I figured it out. It turned out there was transistors that had to be replaced on the board itself, and there was actually a little resistor network piece that turned out, after I replaced it, didn't have to be replaced, but I went ahead and did anyway. And so that works fine. So I got all the switches working perfectly again, but I have an issue with my flippers don't get all the power they need, and I've been trying to diagnose it for a long time, and I can't quite figure out what it is. Other than I've seen burned connectors on the power supply that also somehow relate to the lamps. So there's the lamp matrix with some flashers that I think were overheating that may have caused some issue with my flippers. I don't know. So that one I'm going to work on next week. I'm bringing that home this weekend, and I'm going to tear it apart, and we're going to fix it somehow. Because I've been wanting to play it since I bought it. It worked the first day I bought it, and then one thing after another, it was real lemon, but I'll be glad when it's done. It's really close. Alright, so the next thing, I've got one more screw to enter up here, the visor on top. and of course I have 2 washers, no screw. How did I wind up with well, I didn't put a washer on this one. I thought I already had one there. So I have an extra washer, and I'm missing a screw. And of course, at my studio, I have boxes and boxes full of all of these little screws that I bought just to have on hand, and I don't have them. Well, looks like we're not going to use that one. But the visor does require 2, but I think it'll be fine. I'm just going to put this one in there. Yeah, there was a lock washer on here or something. Yep. I'm going to use one of my extra washers. Actually, I think this came off of one of the other places, and I used the wrong one in the wrong place. So the other thing that's kind of weird with this visor, it's got the hole in the center that's actually supposed to have this other screw in there. But it sticks up high enough that if you put it in, it just like clamps it to the ground and holds it in a weird, awkward position. So I'm going to leave that one out. For now, at least. The other thing that's interesting is, so this overhangs the visor, and as it raises up, it presses this piece up a little bit. And my visor, it probably doesn't show up on camera because it's dark, but from the heat underneath, from the flashers that were there, this thing was so soft that every time it raises and presses against the top, it presses the dome in. So the dome is actually concave now, which is kind of stupid. And you can't find these either. That piece is pretty much unobtainium. Oops, did that work? I don't think that even went in the socket. Nope. There it goes. So there are quite a few people that do make the Repro stickers, and this one is peeling a little bit on the edge, but I'm not going to worry about it until I find a dome that, or a visor that's perfect. Otherwise it's fine. Alright, that's all back together. Yeah, I actually have one of those magnetic bowls, and like a lot of my tools right now, I have no idea where it is. I have a studio that I'm trying to move out of, and so I've been packing everything up to get it out of there, because unfortunately the elevator hasn't worked for a couple months. Almost the entire month of December I wasn't able to get in and access or move. So it's been an ongoing problem for a long time, so I'm trying to get out of there and move to a different location. So for now everything's been coming home, and I got a storage unit to put the rest of the stuff in. But all my tools are organized. What else? Before I wrap this up, I wanted to look at some more bulbs here. I think I'm going to take the plastics off of the slings here. All these bendies are for Batman for under the playfield. Yeah, I think I can probably remelt that visor, because it's just like doing a vacuum form kind of a thing. You can probably warm it up, and I bet even a hairdryer would be warm enough to bring it back, but I don't really have any way to form it properly other than just by hand, and it might be too hot. I don't know, I could try it. I could also probably end up screwing it up and bending it the wrong way or making it worse, but it's not terrible right now. It's only really noticeable if you look close. When the glass is on and you're playing it, it looks fine. I'm going to set these off to the side. These little red ones here for now. Actually, oh yeah, I already fixed those. So I got the domed blue and domed red already underneath, so I'm not going to take those off. I did install these little star posts that are in the front. Maybe from this camera you can see it. The front star posts, I actually have a little lighting kit that I think I got from CoinTaker that lights up your star posts. And so underneath you've got wires that you can then tie into any of the flashers or the inserts. You could tie it into the GI if you always want it glowing. And I think I tied it into, when I tested, what was it? There was something I wanted to put in there based on a mode that flashes and activates, that it would actually light up so it would alert you. The problem is they're not bright enough. The bulbs that are under the slings are so bright that it overpowers the little illuminated star post. So it's a neat idea, but on this game at least it doesn't really look that good. You can't even tell. So I think I'll probably take those off and maybe put them on Firepower or a different game. So I think that's good for now. I'm going to flip the playfield up, and I'm going to look at the two lights that are behind the visor. And I'll probably have to pull the sockets out. Alright, thanks Kapalsum for hanging out. I know it's really late, but appreciate you hanging out there. And we'll see you later. I'll probably be streaming, if not tomorrow night. I'll be gone this weekend, but I'm helping my friend set up his stream. So we're actually going to be doing, not pinball, he's actually a sculptor, and so we do silicone molding and casting, and we create some amazing horror collectible things, and he's fantastic, amazing sculptor, and I usually help just with the molding process, but we're going to mess around with that too and set it up on the Twitch creative channel. So that'll be a lot of fun. So we're going to try that out, maybe Saturday night, for sure Sunday. And then that's where my Batman is, so Batman's coming home this weekend too. So cool, thanks again, have a good night. Alright, anybody else who wants to stick around, I'm going to bring this playfield up. So I'm going to move this camera back for now, so you can get a view of my other games that are turned off here. Actually, I probably should take the balls out first. That's another little tip here. When you raise your playfield up, take the balls out. If you don't, when you raise it up, the balls will fall down. And this game is probably not at so much risk, but a lot of games will actually completely crack. The balls will hit and crash into stuff, like my Freddy. It has a boiler room plastic, which is also near impossible to find, and I just paid way too much to get one on eBay. But you can't find them, and the ball crashes right through the center, so that's the way mine looks. And I've got a new one to put in there pretty soon. Okay, so first, oh yeah, so Pinball is unique. Most pinball machines have a rail that when you lift the playfield up, it slides across the rail and you can tilt it all the way back up to the back glass and work on it. This one doesn't. It has a hinge and it just hinges up, and there's a little handle to go to it, so it doesn't actually allow you to tilt it all the way up to the top without basically removing. I'm going to try to eject these balls here. And I personally just like to use a lint-free cloth. Oh yeah, 2 balls. And not touch the balls with your hands, because the oil from your hands can actually cause it to oxidize. And these ones aren't very old, and they've already got spots on them. But that's another thing. When you own a pinball machine, change your balls out frequently, especially if you play them a lot, because the ball will actually cause the most damage to the playfield than anything, especially if they get rusted. Yeah, well, my friend sculpts, but he sculpts like artistic sculpture and stuff, and I'm a lot more technical, so I make stuff like, for example, Freddy, the Freddy head in there is busted off, so I'm actually rebuilding and sculpting a brand new Freddy that's going to replace the original one, but I'm going to make a customized mod version. The original one I'm going to talk with Steve Young at Pinball Resource. There's a couple guys that do different mods, and he has the rights legally to sell parts for that, so I'm going to check with him and see if he's interested in ordering some of those to sell to his customers through him. But for me, I just needed it to correct my broken one and I'm going to sculpt a brand new one that looks actually like Freddy Krueger and then build that up. So that's probably something I'll actually work on the other stream while my friends work on his stuff. He's got some amazing sculptures that are just incredible, and we're going to be molding those up, so there's all sorts of good stuff. So I'll link that. I'll probably share from my stream to his once we get it started this weekend. That'll be a lot of fun. Okay, so I got the balls out. I got to put that visor up correctly. So it's on the hinges right now. Oh yeah, okay. So I can tilt it all the way up here. It's got this little stand that can hook into the side here, depending on if you just need to work on the top and bring it up a little bit. I've actually got to go all the way to the bottom. So I want to make sure it's secure. There we go. It's got this wooden stopper here on the inside. Let's see if I can turn this camera back now. We're going to be working down on the bottom. Get my phone and make sure that the camera angle looks okay. Alright, that should be fine. So the two sockets, I don't know if that's actually, yeah, there we go. So the two sockets I'm looking at are these two down here, and they're also in a position that's very difficult to reach. Oh my, I gotta move my microphone back over here so you can hear me. So the two sockets here have this huge harness covering the screw holes to pull them out of there. But I gotta get them out if I want to put those LEDs in. So what's the easiest way? Oh yeah, here's some flashers underneath as well. So while I'm down here, I can swap those out. And I have, these are still incandescent here too. So the left strip on the chest matrix, I need to put those, replace those. So maybe I'll do that right now. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 yellow. Yeah, 6.3 volt. So the playfield is 6.3 volts. I was just thinking. So these little bulbs, the traditional incandescent ones, the little glass ones, sometimes the LEDs are too tall. These ones are actually shorter. So you can see they're a little shorter. I've had issues where I go to replace a bulb and the LED, it fits the socket, but then when you go to put it back in, it doesn't fit. Usually that's GI on a playfield, but see there it is plugged in. Yep, works. So the sad thing, when you put LEDs in place, the games were designed with these incandescents, and they can actually fluctuate. So they start from 0, and then it gives it a little bit more power till it's full, and it glows brighter. So it's a very smooth transition. LEDs are either on or they're off, so that's where you get the strobe effect. So with cheaper LEDs, you get a really bright strobe, and there's like a refresh rate that's kind of weird, and a lot of people don't like that. Newer LEDs aren't as bad, but in a game like Pinball here, where the grid is supposed to have this nice smooth fluid glowing effect to it, there's actually I'm trying to remember the name of it now. There's actually a little mod that you can add to your game that controls the power, and it manually or it automatically adjusts the fluctuation of power, so you get that artificial glow that looks like an incandescent, but it does it with an LED just by fluctuating the actual power that it's giving to the bulb, which is pretty neat. Some games it doesn't matter, to me at least, if they flash or strobe too much for inserts, but it is, when you see a classic game with like brand new incandescents, it looks really beautiful. Like the effects are really cool. Not as bright as an LED, but it has a really nice animation to it that LEDs currently don't give you without some sort of a modification. Yeah, so these are 6.3 volt, which is good because I think you get 6 volts coming through the line. The coin door is 12 volt for sure, because I have a bunch of arcade games too, and arcade games primarily are either 5 volts or 12, and 12 goes out to the coin doors, 5 is for the PCB and the games, it's the game itself. Alright, last one. Oh no. Oh, there it is. I was going to say, the one I just plugged in didn't look like it was working, but it's working now. Good. Okay. Oh, there's still some incandescence under here too. All the flashers. Wow, I didn't realize there was that many flashers in here. I haven't really inspected this since I picked it up about a month ago. Alright, let's bring this up here. The camera may not autofocus well now that it's got bulbs flashing at it. Which is the one right here. So this is a... There's the old incandescent bulb. And I need a red flasher. Where did I put those? I'm going to use the ones I took out of the pop bumper. Since this is an insert, I don't care so much that it doesn't have that dome on it. Other bag. Yep, they're there. Interesting, okay. So my buddy that I bought this from had put these LEDs in prior to me getting it, so there's actually, under a lot of the inserts, just the cool white, which is kind of nice actually. It doesn't overpower. I usually like to color match, but sometimes just putting cool whites under everything really makes it look good. Of course with greens, the greens, I found that you have to color match. The green inserts themselves don't translate the color as much, but if you use a color match green, it just amplifies it. It looks way better. But in general, at least for inserts, I like to color match. These ones look pretty good though, even with whites in there. But I'm going to try this one with a red, since it's a red arrow. Red is like the color that's the least bright, mainly because of where it falls on the color spectrum. So a lot of times I'll bend, once I get it in there, I'll bend the bracket to make sure it's pushed where the light pretty much goes right into the playfield and doesn't expand out over to other inserts. So yeah, he's got reds in the planet. Here's another incandescent right here that's also red, so I'm going to swap that one out. And I try not to bend the socket too much, just a little bit, because it can eventually break. There we go. Okay. Much brighter. Let's see if there's any others that need to be done. Wow, there are a ton of flashers in this game. Flasher LED bulbs cost about $1 a piece. If you get them in bulk, you can get them a little bit cheaper, but that's usually where your biggest expense comes when you do an LED swap. Most of these other ones you can get for like 35 to 65 cents, depending on how many LEDs are on the surface and if they have a dome, or there's a whole bunch of options, and if they're non-ghosting or ghosting. The ghosting means that even when there's supposedly no power, it still flashes just a little bit, because the games for incandescent, if they're giving it just a little power, they're not glowing. so you wouldn't see it. But with an LED, it doesn't take much. So just the hint of power, you still see a little bit. So the non-ghosting ones are the ones that I mentioned before that I think have that little diode in there. So that way it'll protect it from flashing unless it gets 100% of the power it's supposed to have. So these ones, I don't know if they're ghosting or not. They look pretty clean. I don't think they are. I think they're non-ghosting. These ones that we actually got from China, so we got a really good deal on them. And they look pretty good. I mean, compared to the other ones I paid a lot more for, these are really pretty nice. And we got a lot of them all at once, so that was always nice to order in bulk. I'm going to probably order a bunch more because I have like 3 games that I want to go through and fix and replace the bulbs. Okay, I think that's everything. Unfortunately, getting to the bottom to do the sockets on those is going to be a pain in the butt to get in there. Yeah, US dollars. Yep. So investing on the flashers, others are okay to cheap on a bit for the LEDs. Maybe. They're all kind of the same, so depending on the source you go to, the LEDs are essentially the same. It's just the configuration. So I think we ended up paying like maybe 65 to 75 cents for these flashers instead of like $1.10. So it's not that much difference, but when you have to order a lot of flashers, like in Batman, I looked at CoinTaker, and just the flashers alone, the flasher kit's like $115. There's a ton of flashers. It doesn't make any sense, but some games don't use many at all. Others use a lot. Like in this one here, the sun has 4 flashers just for that sun insert. So while that's there, I guess I'll swap them out. Yeah, these are 89s. So with these incandescents, I don't throw them away. If they're good, if they're actually working, I'll keep them for the rare instance. Better. Like I've got a game called Genesis, and it has a lower playfield that you can see this like robot that's being built in there, and when it goes off, there's a ton of flashers that line the rows there, and it's supposed to look like a mad scientist lab. So when they flash, the look of the old incandescent actually looks proper for like the mad scientist lab. So I would keep that incandescent just because they look appropriate for the theme. LEDs would not look good in there at all. I don't even know if I would even attempt to try them out, because part of the look is just having that glass bulb with the filament in there. It looks really cool. Like the game is based on a silent film from 1929, I believe. So light bulbs were kind of high tech then. There we go. Okay, let's see what we got. These are the warm whites. I don't know if I want to try the warms or the cool. Pink. I don't want to do pink in there. Where's my other bag? Where did I put the other ones? Oh, right behind me. Of course. So yeah, here's the cool white flashers. Oh, interesting. So here's another issue. So that's probably why, and you can see the damage underneath that insert. I don't know if the camera, let's see if the camera shows it. It's a little bit high. Let me bring it down here. So now that this LED flasher's in, you can see the damage where the heat had melted all the way through the surface. So that's why it's a low pocket on top there, because it actually melted completely to the ground and made a hole. So they must have used some sort of a plastic filler, and that's why it's not quite level and perfect. I don't know what to do about that in the future, but for now, there's a lot of dirt on there too. but I'm also noticing an issue here. So the flashers that were in there were not on, and then I put the LED flasher replacement and it's on. Ooh, look at that. So what that means, some LEDs, especially flashers, the game itself will send a very small current to keep the bulbs warm, so when they actually do flash, it doesn't go from cold to hot and break the bulb. So it gives it just enough power to keep it warm so the flash works. Unfortunately, that little bit of power is all it takes to run an LED flasher constantly. So there is a fix for it that I read about recently because I had that issue happen on another game. And I believe the fix is simply removing, I think it's this one here, it might be another board. These are lamp drivers, and there's resistors and capacitors that are all tied in that are designed to give it just a little bit of a charge. So the solution is actually to remove those. But I'm not even going to attempt that tonight because I don't know which is which. And I have to look at schematics to figure that out. There's also like this whole diode board here that's the diodes for all. There's a whole bunch of stuff in here where the diodes are set up. So I need to really go through and figure out, and I probably should just put those incandescents back in, otherwise this will always be illuminated. And I don't want that to happen. It's really warm too. So that's, I'm sure, why he didn't replace these flashers initially, because it needs to be modified. The difference between the standards and flashers, let me find one of the others here. So your flashers, these are number 89s, they're wider. They have a wider base, so you can see the size difference. Hopefully that's in view. So these ones are called 44s, 47s, bayonet style, and then these are 89s. So they do have a different power rating, but flashers basically are just bigger. With LEDs, they pretty much are all flashers because none of them have that incandescent, whereas a true incandescent flasher is specifically designed to have a really bright burst but not to be turned on and left on consistently, or they'll burn out. But that's why it has that circuit that warms them up first, so it extends their life a little bit. And really, the incandescents, especially flashers, will last a long time. So the problem is they have a ton of heat, which having 4 of these right here that close to a plastic insert over its lifespan, that's why it's melted out, because the heat is just so bad. Even though they're only turned on during attract mode and when you actually get to the sun, which is not easy. So it's all based on this game being sit on attract mode for years and years and years, and those lights just keep heating up and flashing until it melts the thing down. It's also possible maybe something else had gone wrong and caused them to stay on, and they just melted really quickly. Hard to know. But yeah, a lot of games I have that have playfields like that, that have flashers right underneath, have damage because of the heat. Of course, back then they had no alternative, so that's just what happened. But kind of unfortunate. I don't know what I'm going to do to fix that. At least now it's playable. I think it's fine. I'll figure out how to get the LEDs to work in there so they're on and off properly. And I think for the surface, I'm just going to find the decal that has the Sun logo on there and just stick it on, and have to be good with that, because I don't want to spend a ton of money fixing this or restoring it or anything. It's really just player's condition, fun to play, not really collector's quality, but I like to play my games, so I'm not worried about it too much. Okay, let's see. The next thing to do, I think, is going to be figuring out how to get those sockets out of the bottom. So I think I'm going to try to move this camera in there. Let's see if I can. I don't really have a good mount for this yet. The one that was supposed to be here today hasn't arrived yet. So I'm using a clip that doesn't allow me to adjust it very well. Actually, I could. Transformer is really hot, so I shouldn't do that. Let's see. Alright, so I got it sitting down below. I'm going to wait for my stream to catch up to me so I can see where it's at. That's not bad. It's dark. Let's see if I can bring some more light in. Okay, got a lot of light now. Whoops. Camera's falling. Alright, I think I'm good there. Turn the volume down. So at least one of them I can get to pretty easy. The other is going to be a pain. The fear I have with these two is that they are also going to be on solid with the LED instead of flashing when they're supposed to be. That's all we're going to see right now. Oh, good. Perfect. Now the trick is going to be getting the screw back in there from this weird angle. First try. Well, that was easy. This one, not so much. Because all these wires are right in the way. And they're tight. That would suck if I did something to screw up my wire harness trying to change a bulb. There we go. This one's going to be the worst getting back in there. Got the screw. There we go. Almost. Got it. That wasn't too bad. Okay, good. I think I'm going to try to replace the flashers here behind these. These are the sockets, the eye sockets. So I'm going to try replacing one of those and see if it turns on like the ones did up in the sun lamp. This is one here where a lot of times you'll see this under
on playfields, they'll have sockets that are level with the playfield itself, so the bulb isn't pointing into an insert, it's just sticking off to the side. That's great for incandescents, but when you put in an LED, the LED shines off to right in front of it like a flashlight. So let's see if it turns on. Nope, good, perfect, okay. So the problem is when I mount it back here, you can see all it does is shine right across the plastic. It doesn't even point into the plastic itself. So that's where the little bendy sockets are great. So these ones, whether you can see it through the bag or not, the LED board and the LED itself is on little wires, so you can put the socket in, then you can bend the LED and direct it where you want it to go. I don't know if they do that for the flashers or not. They might. I'll have to look into that, because in these situations it's so much nicer to have a bendy that instead of shining straight off to the side like a flashlight, it actually will be directed into the plastic and glow the socket like it's supposed to. Oops. There we go. That's the hardest part, is just getting it lined back up. Okay, there. All right. Hopefully that camera angle works. I know it's showing a lot of the speaker there, but I'm going to try doing this one without even taking the socket off, because I can reach it easier. Yep, there we go. I don't know if the camera shows it, but these sockets really should be taken out and cleaned. You can see they've got corrosion on the edge. It's like little powdery, just from electrical corrosion, heat. There we go. Okay. All right, those are done. Since those did pretty good, I wonder if some of these other flashers, let's see if I can find another one. Oh yeah, there's a set of 4 here. I bet those are the same way, because this is where the pop bumpers are. Let's see if I can bring this up again. So the pop bumpers are over here. So this set of flashers I think is going to be the same as the sun. It's got those 4 flashers there. I think I'm going to leave those for tonight. Alright, let's move the camera back to the clip up here out of the playfield. Okay. Just cleaning up all the lights that are inside here. Get my phone out of there. That light looks pretty good, actually. Glad I brought in the studio lights. Alright, this is coming up. And playfield's coming down.
So I think I'm going to put the balls back in and give it a try. So I want to line the cameras up again so you can actually see it better for gameplay. Move my microphone around. So, oh yeah! There we go. Who do we got? Rob's site. Thank you for the follow. Really appreciate it. Thanks for watching too. I haven't been checking to see who's in here, but I've got my chat window up so I can see the chat messages, but I can't see the usernames of who's following or who's watching. But thank you for watching, and thanks for the follow. Really appreciate it. Okay. So I'm going to leave the glass off for this trial here. And let's see if I can readjust. Yeah! Excellent. Thank you again for the follow. I can't read your name there. I'll see it pop up here on the list. Let me take a look here. If it'll refresh. But thank you for the follow. I see. It's a turbot. I know that's not how it's supposed to be pronounced, but thank you so much. And actually, thank you everybody. Let me read off the names here. I got Black Devil 79, Blaze Dope Buds. I've seen you around here before. Camping Banana. Chodesley still in here, of course. I Know Stupid. Isterbutt. We've got Lost Crow 999, Liam's Grandpa, Rob Sile, there you go, Small Angel 12, and Sistropia. Thanks everybody for watching. Really appreciate it. Hopefully this is somewhat useful. Yeah, in some ways strange, very cool. Thank you, I appreciate it. Most of the time I'm doing gameplay on here, but I've got a lot of machines that I'm going to be working on and restoring. So today it was just, last time I played this, I've got switch issues, which are still going to be present right now because I don't have my soldering iron. So I haven't been able to fix the switch. But I think I'm going to try to adjust and set up the gameplay camera a little bit better here. And then we'll play a little bit. This is not the ideal stand for this view, but I'll try to make it work. So hopefully I don't get too dizzy here. Oh yeah, I've got the upper one up there so you can see what I'm working on here. Well, how about, this is an interesting view. Yeah, we'll try it out. Let's get the balls back in there. It's a little crooked, but I think it'll work. Oh, need volume up. There we go. So my audio, there's something going on weird with my audio. Let me try cranking it up a little more. There we go. I think my volume control switch is maybe going a little bad. What I'm trying to do right now, I want to complete all of the lit shots. So I want to hit this yellow target, and that'll open the visor. Oh, I lost it. I don't have the glass here, so I could cheat, but I'm not going to cheat. See, RKX83, this is Pinbot. Williams Pinbot. 1986. So right now, I can see inside, and it looks like you can see a little bit off this lower camera. The new flashers that we just installed are looking really good back there. They're working perfectly. So you can see the eye sockets flickering back and forth. So that's exactly what I was hoping for. There we go. Lock the first eye. And my pop bumpers. Whoop. Oh, lost it. So we also replaced the pop bumper LEDs in here too. They're nicer. These are frosted, so they expand the light a little bit better. It looks really good up there. So that sound was actually the sound it makes when the upper switch is triggered, which I didn't trigger, so there's probably a wire hanging low. Alright, so now I've got both balls for multi-ball. Whoop, whoop. Oh man, lost it. Alright, so now I've got these rows going. If I hit the exact row, timed it perfectly, it'll open it the visor again. There we go. Oh, I missed it. I was off by just a hair. So the second time you open the visor, it'll open the extra ball lit lanes. Arena Pinball from 1987, that's cool. I'm a real big fan of like 80s arcade games and pinball machines. Something really neat about that era of games, especially stuff like this. I love Pinbot and Bride of Pinbot and kind of weird space and fantasy themes. Alright, so this green target I just hit advances the planets. So now I'm at Neptune. And then the flashing Mars here, you probably can't see because the camera's over it, but whichever planet's flashing at the beginning of the game is a target planet. So if you progress through, then you get a special, which eventually turns out to be an extra game. It can be an extra ball, but waited too long. It did a ball check. Alright, so I just dropped down all three of these drop targets. If you hit all three of them within the time limit, it advances your planet. If you also hit it, the lit one, it opens up the ramp, and you can hit underneath the ramp like, oh, missed it. And then you get the solar energy value, which is a progressive jackpot. Insert another follow there. Thank you so much. I can't see your name, but I'll look it up here after this game. Really appreciate the follow. Thank you so much. Alright, let's try to open up the visor again. There we go. So that just went under the ramp. Oh, down the outlane. So when the ramp raises up, you have to hit it all the way up underneath, and there's a switch that will give you the solar value. Or the solar energy. So solar value is when you actually lock the second ball during multi-ball and go all the way around the ramp. So that was not a great game. That was only 665. Yeah. Thank you so much for the follow. I can't read the name. Let me look it up here on my phone here. I want to make sure to say hi to everybody. Oh yeah, Genesis Pinball. It's sitting over here turned off right now, but Genesis is going to be probably the next one I bring over here because I've got new ramps to install. I've got a whole set of LEDs. The whole thing just needs to be cleaned, but that's going to be one coming up pretty soon. Genesis is a lot of fun. I love that game. Let's see, who did we get there? Escaroots? Oh, yeah, there you go, Escaroots. Thank you for the follow, and RX83 or RKX83. Thank you so much for the follow. I only have my little cell phone view here to see what's going on, and it's delayed. On my TV screen on the left here, I've got the chat window.
Oh, yeah!
Oh, there's another follow. Thank you so much. And I can't read it. On my computer in the completely other room, I can see my screen with the immediate notifications, which I can hear, I just can't see until it comes up on the little screen here. Yeah, Chodsi asking, why do machines have... Oh, the gutter ball. That's exactly it. These machines were designed to make money. So the idea is your skill is to avoid those lanes, but they're there because they want to take your money. This game is notorious for its out lanes. Also, you can adjust the posts that are set up on the out lanes so you can make them tighter or more open. If they're tighter, the ball's more likely to bounce out into the in lane or back into the playfield. So most of the time, arcades would set the out lanes open very wide because you're more likely to lose the ball and have to put more quarters in. Mr. Lucky Spade, thanks for the follow. Excellent. All right, let's get back to the game. So I need to start the multi-ball. I need to hit the ramp a few times to test those switches. The problem we had earlier that I was looking at, the switch up here, the wire is barely hanging on, but I can't find my soldering iron, so it's not looking good up there. But occasionally it'll actually work. Hey, kitty, get down. So I have this little beast that loves to get in the way and climb on the machines. Whoop, that wasn't so good. Alright, so since I missed that initial shot when they were all lined up, I've got a single row. The nice thing is on the very first round, the first time, every time you hit one of these targets up there, it gives you 2 lights in that row or column. So there's blue. Oh, it bounced off the right too. I got it. So now that the visor is opening, I need to lock the first ball into one of the eye sockets. Alright, here we go. So that's one eye. Now I want to hit the next eye with the second ball. That timer sound is actually the ramp over here, so it gives you about 15 seconds to hit that target before it closes back up again. Alright, so I'm going to try to go underneath the ramp over here to get that score. There you go, just like that. So that gave me 68,000. That's a progressive. So the more you hit it, the lower the scores are. If you miss it every time, it continually grows. There we go, second eye. So now that I got multi-ball, I want to connect. Alright, so I got one of the eyes locked. So now I want to hit up this ramp for the solar value, but the ramp is open from the previous shot that I had there. So that would have gone up the ramp. Now I have a few more seconds before I lose the score there. Alright, let's try it backhanded. So I got it. Solar value, 350,000. Alright. So basically I want to do the same thing while I have this multi-ball going. There we go. And then this multiplier that shows up here, 2, 3, 4, 5, is based on how many times you go up that loop. There we go. Nice, 100,000. So that increased my multiplier now to 3. And as long as you have 2-ball multi-ball going, all scores are doubled on the playfield. Alright, let's do it again. Oh, not quite. Oh, wow. That was really close. Here we go. Up the ramp. Nope. There it is. 100,000 solar value. And that one's also progressive, so every time I hit it, it doesn't grow. Whoa. My plastic came out of whack. Oh, I lost the second ball. Alright, so now I got 4X. I've lost multi-balls, so now it's coming back around. Phoenix Nasita, thank do pinball machines differ in size, or is there a standard? This one is actually a standard size, so almost all pinball machines are the same width and depth. They also have some that are called wide bodies that are an extra inch or two on either side, so it's about the width of the back box. So this is a standard size. They're also there's some who do we got there? Oh yeah, thank you for the follow, really appreciate it. There's also specialty sizes, like there's one called Hercules, which is like a double-sized pinball machine with a cue ball, like in a pool game, for the ball. It's amazing. But for the most part, this is a standard size. The back box changes a little bit, but usually the playfield is exactly the same in terms of measurements. There are standard sizes for like the legs too, so the height and then the angle, the slope of the table. Most games vary, but they're usually around like 6 to 6.5 degrees slope. Which brand of pinball is the best from the 80s and 90s? I think most people would agree Williams is probably the most popular. This is a Williams game. Williams had probably the highest... what do we got there? Millennium. Thank you for the follow. Really appreciate it. Macho Man said... Williams definitely is probably the most well-known. Their games are the most classic. Data East was pretty popular, mostly in the early 90s. Sega, Data East, and eventually Stern purchased them and acquired them. But those games are really popular. They had like movie themes, licensed themes. There was also Gottlieb, which started out more as the EMs, and they in the 80s and 90s they moved on to like Freddy and some others. Thank you for the follow. I couldn't see the name. I'll look here on my screen. It'll come up here in a second. Thanks again to Lenium for the follow. And we'll see who the new follow is here in just a few seconds. There we go. Dirty Orphan Baby is funky like a monkey. Thanks for the follow. Oh, I missed it. Oh, stay in there. Oh, that's the worst. It bounces and it's almost there and it pops right out. See, Millennium Mass local pub has for Game of Thrones. Yeah, Game of Thrones it's actually the same size. It's just a newer game. Probably looks small because this camera's up really high in the angle and stuff, but the Stern games, I actually have the WrestleMania LE version to the right, and it's exactly the same. If they have the specialty edition for Game of Thrones that has like the large playfield with the dragon on the left, that's the LE model. And they have a Pro model that just has ramps instead. But they're both the same standard size. But yeah, Game of Thrones is actually a pretty cool game. That's their newest game from Stern. And Stern is really the only primary pinball manufacturer that still exists. They release about 3 new games a year. There are other boutique pinball manufacturers out there like Jersey Jack Pinball. There's Highway Pinball, Dutch Pinball. What's the other one? Of course, Spooky Pinball. I don't know if anybody watches Ben Heck on YouTube. Ben Heck is involved with Spooky, and they created America's Most Haunted, and they have a Rob Zombie game coming out that looks really good. It's very adult-oriented, but it looks a lot of fun, especially if you like horror movies. Yeah, there's like a castle that sits there in the left, and the dragon's up there. The Pro model has a dragon as well, but there's mostly ramps and not a castle. I see another follow with a Z. Can't read the name, so I'll give you a shout out here once it comes up. Maybe I can find it here in my list. Thanks for all the new people who are watching. Anybody who's joined recently, I see there's Alex Andre Mendez. Let's see if I know. Rob Sile, you've been in here a little bit. The Walkthrough Gamer HD, Tutace, UniqueBot, and Wyke21. I probably mispronounced some of those, but thank you all for watching. Really appreciate it. Zequas, thanks for the follow.
Oh, yeah!
Another follow, Andrew. Yeah, Andrew, thank you for the follow. Alright, let's start another game here. I gotta set up my little chat bot to show me all the new follows on my screen so I can see it easier.
Really appreciate all the follows tonight. Thanks for all the views. Whoop. Almost. The good news is, even though my switch is... Oh, it's out down the outlane. My switch up here is barely hanging on, but at least for now it's working, which is really cool. Because my last stream on this game was a little over a week ago, and I couldn't hit... I mean, the ramp shots were not calculating at all, which causes the smallest scores possible. Alright, here we go. Ah. Bricked it. Oh, man. So I see my middle... It's because the socket is loose. At the beginning of this stream, I actually took it all apart and was fixing those bulbs, and now they're loose again. So I'm going to have to probably replace the sockets, but I'm not going to do that tonight. There we go. Oh, down the side. Yeah, if the Game of Thrones is all ramps, there's a lot of clear ramps that loop around. That's the Pro Edition. The Limited Edition has that castle with the upper plate filled with more flippers up there. Oh, right down the middle. That's the worst. Oh yeah, there's a little audio glitch. My microphone that I have sitting up here is plugged into a hub with my other cameras, and then all of that runs about 20 feet into my computer. And for some reason, it has a little power outage that cuts the audio every once in a while. So I have a new hub coming, and it's going to be here tomorrow. So I'm going to plug in and have a separate hub just for this microphone, so it has its own power source. But I apologize for the audio issue. Should be fixed after today. You see Nancy23, thanks for watching. Really appreciate it. See, Andrew Howe, that was the name for the most recent follow. Thank you so much for the follow. Oh, stay up. Oh, man. So the trick with outlanes like this, you're supposed to nudge the table so you can push on it and you can wiggle it a little bit. There's a plumb bob tilt inside that you can really move it around quite a bit, and it will give you a warning if it's too much. And after 2 warnings, it tilts the whole game. So the key is learning how to nudge the table a little bit. I don't know if you can see it on camera, but if you just wiggle it like that, sometimes that can bounce the ball back in. The problem with this game is the outlane here is much bigger than the inlane, and with the rubber as it is, it's more likely to bounce out to the outside. So it's a difficult game, even with nudging, and I'm not that great at nudging. I'm still getting used to it. So I've also, oh, see, and that's classic Pinball right there. Fires right out of the pops, straight down the outlane. Nothing you can do. Ooh, there, oh. So the whole point of that ramp up there is to time the power of the plunge. Let's see if I can catch the ball. Dang. So you want to power the plunge to get it right to the middle drop. So if it goes to the top, you get 20,000, 100,000 for the middle, and 5 for the lower. So the idea is to get it just enough where it drops through that middle hole. I think my spring is not calibrated properly, and it doesn't quite always get enough power to even get to the top. But that's called the skill shot on this game. Alright, let's see here. Yeah, local pubs are starting to bring in a lot more pinball machines. So Stern games are really popular in a lot of bars and at restaurants. Of course, home users love them too, but they're pretty expensive. But yeah, it's awesome to see pinball showing up in bars and restaurants and bowling alleys and all sorts of places again. Very cool. Most of them are the newer games because of the less maintenance. The older games do require a lot of maintenance to keep going because there's so many moving parts. There's always repairs required. Home users are pretty much on top of that, but operators, as long as you can put a quarter in and the ball ejects and plays, they don't care if a switch goes wrong. And a lot of players who aren't into pinball would never know the switch is broken because they don't know how the rules work, because pinball machines are way more advanced in terms of the rules than most people think.
people who aren't into pinball just think the goal is to keep the ball from draining and not really realize what the targets mean. But there's special modes and directions, and every game has its own rule set and order of targets to hit. And some games have deep storylines. Others, like this one, fairly simple, fairly straightforward. Some games are only about score and target shots. So it's important to learn each one. And each pinball machine usually has the instructions right on the apron down here. They don't tell you everything, but it tells you enough to know how to hit your primary objectives. All right, let's start a new game here. All right, so that went down the lower 5,000 points.
Oh, yeah!
I just heard the follow again. I'll have to look here in a second, see who that was. Oh man. See when it pops up here on the window. There it is. Thanks for the follow. And Nancy23 is saying there's no pinball in the UK. I know there's a lot of UK collectors, but I don't know about like bars and restaurants and places that really are running them publicly anymore. But I think it's probably, I mean, pinball in general is making a pretty big comeback over the last several years. So it wouldn't surprise, oh, all the way to the top. It wouldn't surprise me if they start showing up pretty soon. Alright. So I'm already on ball 3, on a terrible game. And that's why I've got my extra ball lid in the lanes. So it's nice. It's really bad on 2 games, or 2 balls. It gives you an extra ball opportunity. And you can use the flippers to adjust which lane is active. So if you're quick enough, you can time it to get an extra ball. So the sound that's happening right now is not the way it's supposed to do, so there's an issue with my audio for some reason. There we go. Progressed one of the planets, so I got Pluto. So by hitting that loop, depending on where it lands, usually that will advance my multiplier if my switches are working properly. Alright, almost missed it. Nice little center post save. Oh, it didn't work that time. I sometimes forget about that post. It can help you occasionally, but it can hurt too. Because it'll hit and then all the momentum drops. And occasionally you get just enough bounce to kick it back out, but sometimes it'll hit, stop, and just roll right out. Desk Games is asking, is this a private collection? Yeah, this is in my living room. Right now, this is in the center of the living room, and I've got 5 more machines to my right, and I've got a Road Blasters cockpit driving game, and race driving, and Mortal Kombat 1 and 2, and just covered with games all around. So I really have no room to walk, especially now that I've got my cameras and all this kind of rigging in here. But tomorrow I'm selling one of the pinball machines, so I'm going to be moving all the games around and set it up better for streaming, so I can actually progress from games to game and not have to play one game all night. But yeah, this is a private collection. I've got several more in my studio, and I've got a storage unit that I'm trying to move things to right now. But I'm going to start showing my arcade games as well, so we'll do streams dedicated to retro gaming on the original hardware. I do want to do Road Blasters pretty soon since it's right here, and I don't know how to set the cameras up for it because the way the monitor is sitting probably about 2 feet back behind a special lens that blows it up to make it look like a giant monitor inside a little cockpit thing. So I'm going to try to figure out how the cameras will work for that, but I definitely want to show that coming up pretty soon. Zunv, thanks for watching. I never played pinball. Can't remember that I have seen a machine in Germany, at least not in common places. Yeah, a lot of the overseas locations, the pinball machines from the 80s and 90s are being shipped to the US. There's a company in Italy. I just heard another follow. Thank you so much for the follow. I'll have to look at the name when it comes up on my screen here. But yeah, there's a company in Italy that's sending hundreds and hundreds of games over that are really in bad shape. Most of them have been sitting in warehouses for 10, 20 years, but a lot of those are coming over to the U.S. and being sold out to local collectors. But Stern is producing games and shipping all over the world, so there's tons of games going out overseas. So hopefully soon you'll be seeing them coming up locally. Yeah, let me pan the camera here. So, let's see, one of the camera for the preview. So I'll move the playfield camera up here. I'll just take it off of the post here. Dark, you may not be able to see it, but over here on the left is Firepower 2 behind my light. And I've got some Donkey Kong artwork on there that I'm getting ready for restoration of my Donkey Kong cab. But Firepower 2 in the corner, that's the one I'm trying to get out of here. The guy's coming to pick it up Friday morning, so it's behind everything else. There's Genesis. So there was somebody mentioned the Genesis earlier, so hopefully you can see it there behind the light. And then next to that is Nightmare on Elm Street. And this one I actually met Robert Englund, and he signed the back glass. So it says, tilt this, Freddy, Robert Englund. And then in silver pen on his hat, it says, now you're playing with power, which is so awesome. And I've got little replicas of the Hypnosil and a bunch of movie props. And then at the very top, I don't know if you can see it, there's a replica of Freddy's house from Nightmare on Elm Street Part 3. And it actually has backlights and lights up for the topper of the pinball machine. And then to the right of that is my Royal Rumble with a custom heavyweight championship belt topper, which is a replica of the original that came with it, but this was made by Laserific, and they only made, I think, 6 or 8 of them, so there's not many out there. And this is a wide body, so the question earlier about the standard sizes, it's hard to tell, but you can see the width there of the Freddy, and then the width of the Royal Rumble a little bit wider. It's only about an inch or two wider. It's not that much wider, but it actually makes a big difference when you're playing. And then over here is the WrestleMania Limited Edition. So that's from Stern. That came out less than a year ago. And I streamed that one. So if you're interested in this one, I've got like a 6-hour stream I did last week on WrestleMania. But go ahead and skip about halfway through, because the beginning I was still setting up my equipment, and the gameplay gets a lot better about halfway through. And then you can see my Enforcers and a bunch of stuff there. Let me go this way behind me. So let me move this light. I'll turn it around here. So I got crap piled all over, but there's Mortal Kombat 1 and 2. So Mortal Kombat 2, you can see the artwork on the front is kind of messed up. This game was originally painted over black, so whoever had it before had pretty much converted it to, it was like Super Street Fighter Puzzle Fighter or something like that. So I took all that artwork off, and the adhesive from that Puzzle Fighter stuff is just stuck all over the original art. And then the side of the game was painted black. And so I've been slowly going through and cleaning all the black off. And so the black is almost off on one side. The other side is still got a ton of it on there. The original Mortal Kombat 1, the side art is beautiful on there. It's only slightly faded. Whoops, I hit the start button. The red on these arcade machines fade really easy, so this one is in really great shape with very little fading. And then to the left of those, let's see if you can see it there, is WrestleMania, the arcade game. So that came out in 1995, made by the same guys that did the Mortal Kombat 1 and 2, but it's all the wrestling. Undertaker, Bret Hart, Yokozuna. The side art is The Undertaker. I am a huge fan of wrestling. That's the name of the main event arcade here, is based on wrestling. Of course, you can see Hulk Hogan right there. And all the other, there's the chat window. And I've got all sorts of collectible stuff around here. It's kind of crazy. Whoop, my light just fell over. I'm going to fix that really quick here. Let me put the camera back on the clip. Let me turn the volume down a little too. That's too loud. Alright, there we go. That's not too bad. But yeah, there's games everywhere. Lots of games. Yeah, Das Games asking, am I married? No way a wife would allow this. Yeah, you're right. No chance. There is no wife involved. It's just me and my cat and all these games, which is cool with me. My friends are all married and they have kids and they don't have any games. And the games they used to have aren't there anymore. And I'm not ready to give up my games. Far from it. But I've already filled the house with games, and I've got storage units, and I'm working on... I have an opportunity to actually open an arcade that I'm really thinking about, because it's a really cheap rent for a retail location. And thankfully in Oregon, you don't have to pay any kind of a license or permit fee per game, which is awesome. Because some places you have to pay, like, depending on how many games you have, it might be $1,000 per year just to operate the games. Plus, you have to pay taxes on the income, and it's pretty crazy. But there's actually a really good opportunity here in Oregon for me to run a very tiny arcade, and so I'm really tempted to do it because I've got so many games. They're all nice. They're working. It'd be kind of cool to make some money off them. Yeah, need to find a chick that loves games as much as I do. They are out there. There's actually quite a few of them, but primarily I've found that the people that are into pinball and arcade machines are mostly men my age. Actually, I just turned 36 today, so my birthday was today, and I actually hung out in my local arcade and played pinball all night, and then I came back and I'm playing here at home. Cool, yeah, Desk Games. Do the website message on Twitch. Cool. I'm actually a web developer too. So my primary job is web development, online advertising and marketing, and graphic design, and I do television production. So my web development is kind of, I've kind of put that off to the side for the last 2 or 3 years while I've been doing some TV production. But yeah, I do that too, but I'm also super busy. So I just recently moved my host to a new server, and all my websites are down. I've got to restore my SQL databases, and it's kind of a nightmare right now. But yeah, thanks for happy birthday, Harno45. Yeah, it was kind of funny. I went to the arcade, and oh, there's another follow. Harno45, thank you so much. Yeah, we went to the arcade, and of course my mom shows up, and my brother and all my friends are there, and my mom takes out baby pictures. So you can imagine how fun that was. But it was good. It was a good time. And I got to play the new KISS pinball machine from Stern. Played some Lord of the Rings, Twilight Zone, which is one of my favorite pinball machines. Lots of great games there.
Yeah!
There's another follow. Let's see who's that. Nancy. Thank you so much, Nancy. Appreciate it. Alright, so let's start this game up here. Alright, so I'm going to try for this shot. So you're supposed to time it when each of these, you want to hit the target that correlates to the line, and it will open the door in one shot. There we go. Got it. Now I just got to control the ball here. There we go. So now that the door's open, I need to hit the ball into the eye sockets. There we go. Got one. What I think I'm going to do... Yeah, yep, Mother can be embarrassing, but it was nice having her here. I always appreciate hanging out with Mom. There's Zuni. Thanks for the follow, Zuni. Hopefully I'm saying that right. I'm going to try to set this other camera up here. I don't know if I can do it with this stupid clip I have. So you can actually see the flippers. What do I have to rest it on? Oh, that's probably not going to work. I have an extra stand coming in the mail that was supposed to be here today and it didn't show up, so I have one camera that doesn't have a good mount. I don't think this is going to be sturdy enough. We'll try that. Tonight's stream is mostly just for me to repair and work on this machine and not really play it. So the cameras were set up more to see the repair and not the gameplay. Usually I have the upper camera really tight onto the playfield instead of so high. Alright, so I want to hit the right socket. Oh, almost. So the sound that's going off right now is not supposed to do that. And it tells me that there is a switch that's probably making contact that's not supposed to. There we go, second socket. Oh, that went right down the middle. That was terrible. So I'm going to wait for the thing to close and I'll try it again. Interesting. So that sound is going off. I'm not getting any score. But something is telling it that there's a switch being hit. Oh, I think it was based on... It's me holding the flipper. Interesting. Alright, I'm going to try this target shot. Nice. Did it. So when you hit... The second time you open the target bank, it gives you an extra ball lit in your out lanes or in lanes, which you can rotate. Alright. There we go. 1 second. Actually, that camera view looks pretty awesome down there. You can see all the way up into the visor. There we go. Second one. Hopefully the frame rate's pretty good. Oh man, again. So the reason it kicked out there is because I lost the second multi-ball, so it has to reset that mode. So let's try this target shot again. Oh, I was too early. Alright, so what that means is I have to manually complete all of those lights. Oh, shit. Lost it. Sun V or Zun V? Zun V. Yeah, there's quite a few names on Twitch that I found I can't figure out. Actually, one thing that I think not a lot of people realize is you can go in and change the capitalization. So some people have really long usernames that are multiple words, and you can go into your settings and you can actually capitalize certain letters. That makes it easier to break up if there's multiple words in there, or if you want like a certain letter pronounced separate from the rest of the word. I didn't realize that, and a lot of people were calling me David Bateman instead of Batman. Alright, Nancy, thank you so much. Really appreciate you. Thanks for watching, and thanks for the follow, and thanks for the happy birthday. Have a wonderful evening or morning, depending on where you're at. For me, it's actually... I'm in Oregon on the West Coast, and it is almost 5 a.m. Wow. I had no idea I've been on this long. Well, thank you again. Really appreciate it. Thanks to everybody who's watching. Oh, wow, right down there. Yeah, there are World Championships. There's a organization called PAPA, which is the Professional Amateur Pinball Association. And they actually have a great YouTube channel, and they also do live streaming on Twitch. And the biggest tournament is called Pinburg, and I forget what month that happens. It's usually, I think, in the summertime. But yeah, they have tournaments all throughout the year. So there's like smaller circuit tournaments, and then there's the World Championships, and it's really pretty amazing. I think last year was the 19th year that they had the big tournament. 18th or 19th. But I'm nowhere near good enough to compete. There are people who are like truly pinball wizards. Oh, there we go. I just hit my extra ball. I know a lot about pinball and repair, and I play, but I don't. My scores are never anywhere close to like competition scores. But I'm getting better. Alright, I gotta hit that green one to open the visor. Oh, missed it. Oh, barely. Grazed it. There it is. Oh, lost it. But I have an extra ball, so I'm gonna get to shoot again. Harno 45, that's very odd comment. Alright, so I'm gonna try this again. Visor's open.
Yeah!
Thank you for the follow. I can't see your name. I'll call you out here in a second. Really appreciate the follow. There we go. Alright, let's see when it comes up. There we go. Squirrel Army. Thank you for the follow. Oh, my voice is going out. I've been up all night. It is a little after 5 a.m. in the morning here. So for everybody watching, if this is the first time you're watching a pinball stream, there are a lot of great pinball streamers here on Twitch. At the top of my screen there, you can see it says playing pinball on Pinball Wizards. The Pinball Wizards is a group of pinball streamers that play on Twitch all the time. And there's some really good streams out there. So I recommend clicking on that, checking them out. Follow the Pinball Wizards, and you'll always have good pinball to watch at any time of day, just about. Most of them stream afternoons or late night East Coast time, and I tend to stream after they're done, so I'm usually late night West Coast time. Whoa. I haven't decided if I'm going to do a regular day or time or anything, so right now it's really just whenever I feel like it, but I'm going to try to set up a regular schedule pretty soon. So at least I'll have, 1 or 2 guaranteed days or times each week. Wow, look at that. Balanced right on the tip. Let's see. Any special machines for the tournament? They pretty much rotate the games. So when you go into a tournament, you're not going to know which games you're going to play. So they average out the scores. There's different scoring methods too. So they'll give you different points. Since all the games' points are really based on different scales, some games you can get billions of points, others you can get thousands. They actually usually give you like 1 point if you place first of the 4 that play on that table at the time. But there's a whole variety of different rules based on how that works. But Pinbot is pretty common in tournaments because it's so difficult. But pretty much every game is fair game. There are a few games that aren't tournament valuable, just because they either have terrible rules or the points are so unfair. Like you can keep, spamming a ramp over and over and get a ridiculous set of points. But for that reason, but most of the classics that you can think of are always tournament based. Oh yeah, AGDQ was the speedrun marathon. That was amazing, and actually that brought a ton of viewers to Twitch for pinball. It was hosted by, I was watching it on Pinball Joe's stream, and Dead Flip, Jack Danger was on there, and I watched. There was like 50,000 people watching. It was incredible. And then at the end of the tournament, like the whole thing was over that Sunday, and I was up probably about this time. It was about 5 a.m. and Jack Danger had just finished up hosting, and he was like wiped out. But it was amazing. There was over 11,000 people watching him go get breakfast, which was pretty incredible. And I happened to be up, and it was pretty interesting to watch. But yeah, the speed run was neat. And sometimes I'll do that on here too. I'll just try to, progress to a certain goal. Like on a speed run on Pinbot, it might be how fast can you progress to one of these planets, or how fast can you get to the sun, and not even worry about points or anything else, just trying to do progression, which is kind of fun. There's also something called pin golf, which is very similar, where you'll have a specific target you're supposed to shoot, and you get one attempt at it, or I'm not exactly sure of the full rules, but it's kind of a nice way to play pinball rather than just going the traditional method for score. Wow. I've been playing so far for 2 hours and 45 minutes. 12 people viewing. Thank you so much for everybody who's watching. Really appreciate it. So, over the first half of this, for anybody who's new to the stream here, I started out by doing a repair. So I was actually taking things apart. I put some lights in here. I adjusted switches and had the whole thing flipped over and put new lights in. One thing I noticed, and maybe I'm not paying attention, but I got new lights back here. So I want to see if those actually are flashing. They're different bulbs than the ones that are down below, which are old incandescent. And I replaced the pop bumper lights, even though this one now is loose. I got to get back in there to fix that, but not tonight. So the visor opened because it was looking for the ball since I was holding on to it. And I wasn't supposed to be able to get up in there, which is why I kicked it back out. Oh, don't go down. Oh, look at that. Man. So tempting with the glass off just to put your finger in there and kick it back out, but I'm not going to cheat. So Squirrel Army is saying, the wife and I used to play pinball back when we first met in '89. That's awesome. Yeah, the pinball machines have so much nostalgia to them too. There's like so many great memories with, you know, the music. For me specifically, I never played this game as much when I was a kid, but the music, I just remember in the arcade hearing this music and just so incredible. And a ton of games that I have, like I have a Joust, an all original Joust, and that was the first arcade machine I ever put a quarter in my life. I was about 3 years old, but I remember specifically at the bowling alley that my mom used to go to. I remember seeing that game, and she gave me a quarter to play it, and it was the first game I ever experienced. It was fantastic. So I had to get one, and a friend of mine had one for sale, all original, no modifications, in pretty good condition, and I had to get it. So, and I'm not that great at it either. My best score is just barely over 100,000, which is pretty good, but nowhere near like, I mean, there's people who can easily surpass 1 million points on that game, and there's no way I'm coming close to that. Oh, let's see. ZenV front camera. I moved it down to the flippers, but I think I bumped it. Yep. Let's see if I can fix it. It's really just resting on the screwdriver here. Maybe I'll change it up here. Let's see. I've got this stupid mic clip that is at a weird angle. I might be able to make it work here. I think I'll put it back this way. I kind of like it showing the flippers, but it's kind of cool to see that grid view too, so hopefully that's in focus. And actually this top-down one, I can adjust it too. Let's see if I can bring it a little bit closer. Whoops. Whoops, not like that. My cable is actually tied up in it. That's what's going on. Alright, hold on. Almost fixed. Well, I don't know if that's any better or not. I'll have to fix it next time. I usually have it directly over the top so it's perfectly centered and all you see is the playfield. But I got it on a mic stand that's like a weighted boom mic that's going all the way over the top. So, we'll try it out. Yeah, you saw the cat. Yeah, he's working his way around here. He actually jumped up on one of the games earlier and I pulled him up in front of the camera. But he likes to be the center of attention. And was climbing into some boxes earlier and he can get annoying sometimes. But he's a good guy. Oops, totally missed that. Oh, terrible. Alright. So, yeah. Next time I'll zoom in this upper one a little bit closer when I do gameplay. Let's see if the score is okay. The little camera I'm using for the score is way off to the side, and it's a really not a great camera, so usually that's pretty much straight on so you can see the points a little better, but that's how it'll be for tonight. Wow, right down the side. Didn't even get a chance to flip it. Trying to get that extra ball to be lit up there. we go, extra ball. So that shot I just hit over there in the upper left, if you hit that one after hitting this rollover in lane, then you can light additional points. So the points save it, there we go. The points actually go up here, and then it lights extra ball as the last one, and then you'll get the extra ball lit in the lanes. And you can actually stack those as well. So you can get all the lanes filled if you get enough of them balanced there. Alright, so I got one locked in the socket. Jeez. Alright, so I'm going to kick out the socket. Oh, it didn't. There we go. There we go. Oh, I wasn't looking. I was looking at my chat window there about the cats fighting. I used to have 2 cats. My other cat passed away about 2 or 3 months ago. But yeah, the 2 of them, they didn't get along so well. And they would, they both liked to sleep on the bed on either side of me, but then they would end up having fights in the middle of the night, which would wake me up, and usually I would be the one end up bloody from it. They could tolerate each other, but it usually started out with them just playing, and then, of course, it would get out of control. So I still miss him, though, but he's probably better off now than he was at the end of his days. Oh, dropped it. Yeah, he was pretty old. I got him, I think he was probably at least a couple years old. He was a stray that my grandma found, and so he was her cat until she passed away, and then I got him. And he coexisted with my other cat, Charles, for about 8 years or so. So they got along okay, but yeah, I miss him. Charles is probably, I think he's at least, almost 11 years old, but he's in great health, and he's a big fatty. Pretty good guy. He used to be really crazy. Like when I first got him when he was a kitten, he was a terror. I wasn't sure how I was ever going to keep track of him and take care of him, but things always worked out. Alright, going under the ramp. Nope, missed it. Alright. Oh, too early. Down the outlane. Yeah, my brother's got a cat that's, I think, about 18 or 20 pounds, and he just recently had it shaved at the groomer, and it's pretty hilarious. It looks like a sheep, because it's just so fat, but it's got really... I've never done that to my cat, but it looks pretty awesome. My cat's fairly short hair to begin with, but he sheds all over, which is kind of a pain, but... Come on, there it is. Alright, got 2 of them in there. So I'm going to try for the solar value. So I got to lock one of the balls. Oh, that's it. You lose one of them, you lose the whole mode. The gate doesn't close fast enough sometimes. There we go. So I haven't done much. This is a really low-scoring game. I'm really just focusing on the visor. I kind of want to try out the switches I was adjusting. Not really going for score here. My best game on this machine is about 1.5 million, which isn't really even that great of a score. But considering that I'm only at 214,000 right now, that's a pretty decent score.
The key with this is really to have that multi-ball going, keep it running, lock one, hit the ramps. Actually hitting the ramp is pretty important, and that's why my switches not working all the way really hurts in terms of score, because you can build up your multi ramp and dropping down and back to the shooter lane or to the in lane. Let me try it here. So that registered. It gave me my 2x multiplier. Try it again. 3x multiplier. So that means my switches are working, at least for now. And then when you get to shoot, it drops back to the shooter lane. Then it doubles your vortex. So now I'm at 3 times. So if I were to hit this center one, I would get 300,000 points, which is amazing. Ah, it stalled right at the beginning. So that ramp is actually really important to this game. There we go. 134,000 for the solar energy. Let's try it again up the ramp. Nope. Stalled out. 25k. I got a 30,000 bonus off that. It's gonna make it? Nope. Coming back. It's always dangerous when you miss a ramp and it comes back because you have no idea where it's going to go. Wow. So, got my 4x multiplier. It usually doesn't go back over the visor like that, but that was kind of cool. Let's go for it again. Nope. Try for the ramp from the left. Backhand. Nope, not quite. Oh. It's always dangerous when it comes back down the ramp, especially here because it hits this little rubber on the end, and that fires it off over here, which you're pretty much guaranteed either it bounces off down the outlane this side or it just has enough to go right down the right. Really tricky. Fimpy1, thanks for watching. Yeah, weird channel. No, this is not my first time, but it's like my 3rd or 4th time. But yeah, there's a lot of pinball streamers now. So if you want to watch real pinball on real pinball machines, there's actually a lot of people out there doing it now. I've got a pretty huge collection of pinball and arcade games, so this whole channel is going to be focused on 80s and 90s actual hardware arcade machines and pinball machines. This one, the stream started out as a repair stream, so I actually had this taken apart and was working on it, changing out light bulbs, working on some wiring and fixing and stuff. And then I turned it up back over to play it, so I don't have my cameras really aligned properly, but I've just been playing it mostly to test the features, and people started joining, so I figured I might as well keep playing. Thanks for watching. Appreciate it. Yeah, ZunV, technical part of pinball machines is awesome. Yeah, me too. I love it. I love the mechanical nature of it. Older games from like the 50s and 60s were completely electromechanical, so they were all switches and levers. There was no computer in there running it, whereas even though this game is from 86, it still has a solid-state computer back there running and controlling all of the lights and the switches and everything. But the mechanical side of it, I think is fantastic. I've always been really into that. And some games are even, much more elaborate than this one. This is actually a fairly simple game. For its time, it was pretty elaborate. A lot of games from the early 80s didn't have like ramps and functional motors like the opening visor, and this game itself is just a great design. I really like it. You can't read it down here, but the designer was Barry Ausler, and Python Angelo was the artist who designed like the Pinbot machine. So if you can see all the back glass, the whole thing is like a giant machine with arms that are flipper fingers. And the design down here, this is like its arms coming down with its fingers. So you can see like all the different finger shapes down there. So it's designed to look like you have his shoulder up here, this spiral, and then his arm is reaching down. And then this is his thumbs and fingers there. And then this is the right arm coming over, and his face is underneath the visor. And actually this camera view, when the visor does open, you might be able to see the face inside, which is really cool. And so the holes that you're locking into are the balls becoming the eye sockets. Such an awesome design. Yeah, pinball repair stream. So it was repair earlier. I'm going to be doing more possibly tomorrow. I've got a
Gottlieb Genesis game, which is really a cool, creepy kind of game. Very bizarre. There's not a lot of them out there, and they've recently started getting more respect, mainly because the ramps break on them commonly. And until about a few months ago, there's a guy on the Pinside forum that has actually reproduced the ramps, and now you can buy brand new ramps for it. So I've got a set of those that need to be installed, plus new LED lights and new rubber for all the bumpers and everything. So that's going to be fun. So I'm going to be doing that one pretty soon. Potentially tomorrow night, but it might be too big a job for tomorrow. I'm going to be gone this weekend, and next week I'm bringing back a Batman pinball machine that I'm going to be working on. Thanks for the follow there. Was that Lord Squeak? I recognize that name. Usually I'm not streaming this early or even online this early, so it's cool to see familiar names popping in here, but thanks for watching. Hey, get down. Kitty's climbing. Move it.
Oh, yeah.
I try to teach him not to climb up on the glass there. Cool, Fimpy. Thanks for the follow. Really appreciate it. Yeah, my guess is the cat's food dish is empty. So after this next game, I'm going to go put some food down for him. I think that's why he's trying to get my attention. And I smell something funky, so I'm afraid he may have just done something. I better go take a look. Hold on. I'll be right back. Hey, Charles, what are you doing? Yep, he just wanted food. He didn't crap on the floor or anything, thankfully. Adjusted here. This might help a little bit. Since I don't have the glass on, it should be okay not having any glare. I think I'll reflect it off the ceiling here real quick. There we go. Yeah, Phoenix Nasida there. That looks almost like Charles, the little black and white cat. Except for he's really big and fat. Alright, here we go. Whoa, went up underneath the visor. Okay, so I just noticed the flashers I mentioned. They flashed at the second there. It looked really good, so I'm going to replace the rest of these with the same flashers. Actually, I might do that before I wrap it up tonight, since I got the glass off. Yeah, I think you should be able to see underneath the visor there. There's actually a really cool design of the face. Let me point it out here. So right here, we've got the eyes, and if you're looking right at the right gameplay angle, the balls, you can see them right through the openings for the eyes. Whoop, whoop. I'll go out there. There we go. Alright. Left angle, got it just in time. So now I got double score while the multi-ball is active. There you go, locked one eye. So the point here is you want to lock one of the single eyes and then use the other one to go up the ramp. So that'll get the solar value. So I need to get the ball from the left to the right for that shot. Actually, I could probably backhand it up. Oh, that was really bad. Let me try it before the time runs out. Oh, timer right as I hit it, and it went all the way around. But at least that gave me my 2x multiplier. So it's going to drop the other ball back out, and I can lock it again. That's going to double my multiplier. So there it's locked. There we go. So now I got to get up the ramp within 15 seconds. Alright, let's go for it. Oh, not quite. There we go. Usually the backhand won't have enough power, but I've been able to do it a couple times tonight. Don't go down the out. Oh, I went out. Shoot. Alright, so the visors are going to close up again. And I got to reopen it. It usually goes faster than that, but I think it's because I'm holding the flipper. There we go. Went underneath the ramp. I also have a feeling like my ramp is getting stuck, because it normally doesn't stay open like that long. It just closed itself down, though. Oh, geez. So anybody who just joined, Pinball is notorious for having brutal outlanes. The game is designed specifically to fire balls towards these outlanes, and the distance between the rubber on the out here and the inside is much greater, so it's more likely to fall down that way than go down the in lane. You're more likely to nudge it right back out because the rubber bounces. One thing I've noticed, sometimes people take the post that's in the center, they'll take that rubber off of there, and it doesn't bounce as much, but a lot of times it gives you a better opportunity to save it down the in lane. Sometimes people say that that's even more difficult by not having that rubber, but for me, you know, I really like to have it there. Oh, there we go. That was the Vortex Power 100,000. Alright, so now I can go under the ramp to collect the solar energy. Missed it. And it has I think, 10 to 15 seconds to get that shot. I'm not going to make it this time. Oh, I got it just before it went out. Alright, so that activates when you hit the flashing target here. If you hit the one that's not flashing, it doesn't open, but then you have to wait 15 seconds before it'll give you the opportunity again. But during that time, you can drop the rest of the drop targets to progress your planets. I almost never progress the planets, but I probably should, because I think on your end of ball drain, you actually do get a bonus for that. What's happening right now is it's trying to find the ball since I've locked it here, so everything is clicking, trying to look for a stuck ball. Let's see. Yeah, Phoenix NASA, the scumbag designers making you lose more easy. That's exactly what it's all about. These games are all about profit and taking your money, so they are definitely designed to be winnable, but also very difficult. And this one is one of the more difficult games that's ever been created. But that's also why it's a fun one to own, because it's such a great challenge. If the game is too easy, the fun is not there, because you're just playing through it. And I have, like, the WWF Royal Rumble game, I've gotten really good at that, so in some ways it's kind of easy. I can actually have, like, 15 or 20-minute games on a single credit. For me, I love it, because I love 90s wrestling and 80s wrestling and stuff. But for the most part, somebody who's running these to make money in an arcade doesn't want somebody paying 50 cents and playing for 20 minutes. So the idea is you want to have a ball time probably around 3 to 4 minutes, depending on how busy your arcade is. But you can adjust the difficulty settings too to enhance the turnover rate. So you want it to be just fun enough and give them just enough time that they feel like their money was well spent and they got value out of it, but not so long that other people can't get in there and play. Because otherwise you just minimize the amount of profit that's available. A lot of arcades these days, the games aren't really about making money, though. It's more of an attraction to bring you into the food and the beer. And so a lot of times the arcades now will have games set a little bit easier so you get more play time out of it. Oh, right down the out lane. Let's see, ZinV, the only pinball I played was on Windows XP Space Pinball. Yeah, I think that's what somebody mentioned, like Comet Pinball or Space Cadet Pinball, which I wasn't familiar with, but I do know there was that semi-3D Windows pinball game. It was pretty cool, actually. And Phoenix, on a scale from 1 to 10, how difficult is this machine? This is probably, I mean, everybody has different abilities too, but I would put this one up maybe around an 8. It's pretty hard. And mostly it's because of the outlanes. The outlanes are killer. The progression is pretty difficult, but overall the game is simple. But the game is designed to drain to the out lanes, so that makes it very difficult. Especially when you're up here in the pops, it can fire right out and go straight down. And this is one of the few games that, like, even good pinball players can have a great game, and then the next game they play, every single ball goes down the left, and they don't even get an opportunity to touch the flippers with them. But that's why a lot of people love this game too, because it is such a challenge. And I like it that way too. Like most of my games, I have some really hard games, and then I have like the Rumble, which is a little easier. It's a lot of fun. I love it. It's my #1 game. But this one is definitely the most difficult one I have. Actually, Genesis is really hard too, but I think part of that is because it does need to be cleaned up, and the ramps are kind of rough, but it's a really tricky game. It's kind of like this in a sense, where you have very limited goals and targets, and the progression is fairly straightforward, but your points don't happen until you've got to do a whole lot to get your multiplier kicked in for Genesis. At least in this one, you can really start building your multiplier, and you can get multi-ball and double your scores throughout the game. There's a lot of different things you can do. You don't have to focus on the same thing every time, whereas Genesis has pretty much one goal. It's got 4 different ramps to target. I saw another follow. I can't... Opuculus? I can't read it from across the room. I'll call it out here properly when it shows up on my screen, but thank you for the follow. Really appreciate it. Yeah, but with Genesis, there's 2 ramps, and there's an orbit, and there's some rollover lanes, and each of those collects letters. You're building, just like with kind of like Bride of Pinbot, the sequel to this game, you're building a robot. So as you hit these shots, you're collecting letters towards the body parts, and once all the body parts are collected, then there's like a big power switch that you hit like a mad scientist, and then it opens up, and in the center of the playfield, there's a little window that lights up and flashes, and a little thing turns and opens, and you see the robot inside. It's really cool. And it has great music too. Yeah, Opuculus. I know I'm not saying that right. Opuculus. Well, thank you for the follow. Thanks for watching. Really appreciate it. Not quite up to the center. So the other thing I was going to do tonight that I didn't get to, I was going to go in and replace the shooter rod here. I got a new one. So I have this new one here. I don't know if you can see the color of it. It's actually like a translucent blue that looks really cool. And the default one here is just black, but it's all banged up. So I was going to put a nice new blue one on there with a new spring. And there's actually like a little coil sleeve that's inside that keeps the rod straight when you fire it off. And I think that will help me with the skill shot going up this ramp here. Oh, there it is. That's like the perfect plunge right there. There we go. One shot at the green. Open up the visor. So I want to lock the ball up in the eye socket. Oh, stay. Oh, shoot. I gotta get better at nudging. You can kind of like bump the table a little bit. A lot of times people will pat the table just for a little bit of a hit. But a lot of times the nudge the direction you go is the opposite of what you should go, and so mentally you have to kind of do the opposite of what you're expecting for this ball to bounce, because really the ball stays in one spot and you're moving the table underneath it. But if you're doing it properly, you're nudging and using the bumper to press the ball in another direction. So I got to get good at bumping it forward so it rebounds off of this rubber. The problem is a lot of times it hits the one on the inside and pops back over, because this game is designed to drain on the outside. But again, this is my 3rd ball, and I've not had very good score, so it gave me the extra ball in the outline, just because I did so terrible. Now I have the extra. Gives you a little opportunity to salvage a bad game. There it is, locked on. Not quite. Alright. Yeah, Lord Squeaky, this game, you can really get a high score because your multiplier, every time you fire it off in the same ball, it multiplies the score that from dropping it here. And this is 100,000 in the center spot. So if you can get a good perfect score, I've had it up to like, I don't know if it was 3 or 4 at the time. And of course you have the multiplier on the playfield here that can go up to 5x. Whoops. I was holding it too long while I'm talking. Yeah, that's a really good way to score on this table. There we go. Second eye locked. Alright, good. Locked it. Went up on the top. So by going up here, usually what happens is it gives you the multiplier when it goes back into the shooter lane. 4x multiplier, whatever score I get up there. Oh, not quite. So 20,000, not great. But now I want to go up the solar value ramp on the left. There it is. Got it, even though my switch, oh shoot. The first switch didn't detect it, but the second one did, so I still got the score, and that was 400,000 right there. Oh man. So I at least broke, I broke $1 million. First time tonight. So when I'm really trying for score and not talking, I can usually do a lot better. But that wasn't too bad for the night. So you see there's like the top score, 2.8 million, I think was what I did on the last stream, was my best. Alright. Let's see. I'm going to look on the chat list here and see who we got watching. 10 viewers. Irish Rover 81, thanks for watching. Nasty Nigel 76, thank you. Millennium, thanks. And looks like everybody else has been in here for a while. Thanks for everybody watching, really appreciate it. The phone battery is going to last here. I'm streaming it to myself on the phone. I got the chat window up here on the left on my screen so I can see the chat really well, but I can't see my alerts and all that kind of stuff. So that's what I'll do tomorrow too. I'm going to try to figure out a way to have a live view of what's going on. Cool. Socket. Nope. I hit the glass if I had the glass. Yep. I've been trying to get better at that skill shot for opening the visor in one shot there. It's pretty good. I'm pretty good at timing it for any of the 3 in the middle. The side ones I'm terrible at. I just really can't get those down. But if I time the center, it works pretty good. There we go. So I put these cliffy posts, and they are so bouncy. Like when you hit those, it just fires it off. And so I kind of like them, but I also don't like that it fires them right into the glass. But this works out pretty good. It's a little noisier than usual. When the glass is on, it dampers all these clicking sounds that you're probably hearing. But man, it looks way better on the stream not to have glass. I was watching AKM Pinball, their channel this morning. They were streaming World Poker Tour, and he had a set of a pane of Invisiglass on there, and it looked amazing. It looked just like no glass, but with the dampening sound on there. It was really cool. So I'm kind of tempted to buy one. Oh shoot! Come on, save it. Wow, that was nice. To buy one sheet of the glass, and then just move it around among games when I'm streaming. Because the glass, one sheet of Invisiglass is like $300. And I just bought regular tempered glass, $25 a sheet the other day. So that's pretty expensive glass. But it was so nice, I think it'd be worth it to have at least one pane of that I could trade amongst the games. There it is. Solar value, only 100,000 since I collected it last time. It's a progressive value. Whoop. Oh, down the drain. Man.
Oh, yeah!
Just heard another follow there. I couldn't see who it was, but whoever it was, cream of the crop. I'll check on my phone here when it pops up in a second. Stay in there. Arcade Player ABC, thank you for the follow. Really appreciate it. Oh, there we go. 300,000, 3 times multiplier. That was really good. That's higher than most of my games tonight. Total games less than 300,000. Come on. There it is. Lock the second. And I've got my outlane extra ball lit. Hold on. There it is. Alright. Oh. I'm only on ball 2 and I'm almost to 1 million. With potential for extra balls, so I'm not doing terrible. Alright, it's up in the left. There we go, do it again. Nope. Alright. 3x multi. Whoa. Dangerous. Alright, lock 1. So the other thing here is if you notice this green one lit, I'm not really shooting for it. That's progression of these planets, so it goes around to the sun. So you're supposed to be progressing planets. I really haven't focused on that much. I haven't looked into whether it gives you extra multiplier or what happens. I know if you get to the flashing one, then you get a special, which in this game is a free credit, and I'm on free play, so it doesn't matter. So that may be the... I don't know. I haven't really done that much. Of course, with the glass off, I could just go in there and hit the switches and test it out. Probably should do that before I put it away. There it is, lock both. Alright. Oh, that was bad. Flicked it right down on my own. So that green target up there, I've got up into that socket a few times, but not strong enough to hit the switch. It's also a really hard shot. You're supposed to hit it from the left here, but if you look when I hold both flippers in, the left one is actually up higher than the right one. Even though they're both aligned properly with the little alignment dots, this one goes further, which makes it even harder to hit that shot. So because you have to basically hit it when it's right on the tip of the flipper. And if you hit it too late, it hits the sling. Oh, there you go. Extra ball. Oh yeah, you have the You Rule the Universe. I've never done that though. Does it give you extra points? I'm not sure. Oh, there we go. Just with the bonus, I just rolled over 1.3 million, and I got an extra replay for hitting a high score. And I've got my... Still on ball 2 only. That's great. This will be my highest game on the stream so far. Ah, maybe not. Maybe not. The Invisiglass is actually really durable. It's just like any regular glass. You slide it out and back in, the better chance there is to accidentally break it. And I've actually seen a pane of Invisiglass shatter on a playfield before, which was heartbreaking. It was at the Portland Retro Gamers Expo a couple years ago. Somebody was pulling it back, and they were just trying to clear a stuck ball, but they left it hanging halfway out, and it just totally slid on its own and just crashed down on the floor. That sucked. That whole ball, I didn't even get a chance to play it. But I passed 1.5 million, which is definitely the game of the night. And I think it might be better than my last stream. Let's see, high scores. Yeah, 2.8. 2 million, 2.5. Huh. Yeah, I didn't save the last one. Alright, let's take a look here. So we're at almost 6 a.m. and I've got 3% battery life left. Oh yeah, that when it broke, it was on the floor for sure. It pretty much turned into this beautiful invisible piece of glass into millions of little diced cubed pieces of glass that just spread everywhere. Because it was a hard cement floor, so it was just smooth and just whoosh. It sounded amazing though. It really was a cool sound, but I felt really bad for the owner of that pinball machine because it was an expensive problem. Yeah, there was one ball did great. The last two were pretty terrible. I was having a good game there for a while. But yeah, it's so unpredictable, especially on this game. And some nights I'll play this and I can't get a game even to 500,000, and then other nights every single game goes over 1 million. So that's the unique nature of pinball. Alright, so since we're almost at 6 a.m., how many people do we have in here? 11 viewers. Let's see if we've got any new people since the last check. Nope. It's almost time for me to start doing real work. So I may have to shut it down here for a little while and get to work and then go to bed for a little while before time to work tomorrow afternoon. But yeah, I really appreciate everybody hanging out tonight. I think what I'm going to do, maybe before we shut it down, yeah, maybe I'll try that. So on the left arm here, I'm just looking to see how many screws I have to take off of this. I actually want to replace some of the bulbs, the two that are underneath these orange caps. I want to change out those LEDs, and I think I can do that pretty easy, so I think I'll do that. Might as well. If my phone battery runs out, follows, or any of the followers, if there's any new ones on there. That's okay though. I'm just amazed how many people have joined tonight as it is. Alright, so I'm going to try and maybe set it up so you can see what I'm doing on the playfield. I don't know if I can make this thing work. Stand. We'll see when I update the screen here. Yeah, that's kind of cool. Oh, I've been playing for 3.5 hours and 9 viewers. Really appreciate it. It's always kind of fun to have people in the chat when I'm working on stuff. The plastic on this side, what I'm afraid of is that these nuts are, nope, those are the correct size. The nut that's over here I was taking off earlier was not the right size for my screwdriver. But these ones are the proper nuts, so they come off real easy. The bad thing is sometimes these have been screwed down for so long that they also unscrew from underneath the playfield. It actually takes the posts out. So we're going to see what happens here. And this plastic is actually pretty warped from the heat of the old bulbs that were in it. So normally what I would do, but I don't have the tools with me right now, I would actually set this on a flat piece of glass and then use a heat gun. Oops, my microphone's away from me. Let me pull it back over here. So I'd use a heat gun and warm the plastic up till it's really soft, and then it kind of flattens itself out on the surface of the glass, and then you can set like a cardboard box or something really heavy on top, and it just holds it smooth till it cools, and then it stays straight again. So you can actually go through and fix a lot of these if they're only warped. And this one is really warped, but it's also chipped, and so I'm watching one on eBay right now that I'm hoping I'll be able to get. It's actually that part plus a couple other little parts I don't need, but I really need that part because it's got the chip on the bank and then it's warped, so it would be nice to have a new one. Oh yeah, the sound's cutting out. This microphone, I still have it plugged in through a USB hub with 2 of these cameras, and occasionally I think there's just not enough power getting to the microphone itself, so occasionally it'll clip out. But I actually have a new USB hub that's going to be showing up later today that was supposed to be here today, but for some reason it got delayed out of state. But it'll be here later today, and then hopefully that will fix the audio issue with that microphone. I don't even know if the volume is good. I forgot to ask people if the volume is okay when I'm playing and stuff, because I have it set up to the Omni mode where it's actually recording front and back from the speaker or from the mic. So I have no idea if the balance is good. The last stream seemed okay when I watched it back, but I didn't really test it tonight. I can tell my voice is going out because I've been now talking for almost 4 hours. That's okay. For those who ever watch Jack Danger on Dead Flip Pinball, he has like a radio voice. Like, it's amazing. So we could all only wish we had a wonderful voice like that. Because I bet you he has a lot of followers simply because he has that amazing voice. All the other fun he has is a big reason too, but... What am I missing here? Oh, there's one more back there underneath this corner. That kind of sucks because I've got to remove these posts. I'm going to break that. You know, I mentioned at the beginning of the stream when I was working on this earlier, I lost 2 screws down the side a week ago, and I never found them again. And I even had the thing up tonight, and I had this all opened up, and I never saw them. It's like a sock in a dryer. It just disappeared. It got ate. Alright, come on. Oh, there's one right there, too. Oh, good. Nasty Nigel, thanks for the volume check there. My very first stream I did, for some reason I couldn't get this mic to work at all. And so I was using the microphone off of my really stupid camera, the one that's over here shooting the back of my head right now. And it was, for some reason, that camera has a super sensitive microphone. And it was literally picking up my voice all the way in the other room, but it sounded awful. And so I had to crank it down just so it was not overpowering here. And when I played it back, it was like there was no sound. Like people had their volume cranked all the way to the top. And of course, then when the ball hits the glass, it just makes this awful sound. And so, rest in peace, those with headphones. Alright, so here's another flasher. This is what we're replacing right now. So these are 89 flashers, and they're the old style incandescent. But sometimes, and what we noticed here, underneath the sun, the solar insert, and the flasher down here, there's actually 4 of these really tight together that light that up. The bad thing is these produce a ton of heat, so when there's 4 of them in there, flashing, it melts, and that's why this is screwed up. I forgot I got this other little camera showing the side, and it's not high enough to really see what's going on there. So here's what I've got going on right now. Let's see if I can clamp this in place. No, not really. Trying to fix it so you can actually see what I'm doing. I'll just hold it for now. So there's the bulbs, and these things get so hot they melt, and that's actually why that plastic was so warped, was because these bulbs, when they flash, they just heat up. So that's the best thing about putting LEDs in here. So you can see these are LED inserts, so these are all blue LEDs, and they're super bright, but they don't put off any heat, which is great. But they didn't have those back then, so all they had was standard flash bulbs. Okay, I'm going to try to set this on the upper playfield and maybe mount it so you can see a little better. I'm having to look into the other room in my office trying to line this up, and there's an extra cable in the way. Maybe that works. Okay, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to replace those flashers with LED flashers. So right here, this camera's probably better. These are the replacement flashers that are LEDs. So it's the same socket, but there's just 8 little tiny surface mount LEDs on there. Oh, so that's a problem. So, or maybe not. Maybe it's actually... So the one back here is doing it too. So some games, they send just enough power to these old incandescent bulbs to keep them warm but not bright. And when they actually flash, it puts all that power in there. But LEDs don't require much power at all. So when you have them in here, the little bit of power it sends in there just to warm it up so the flash doesn't like break it is enough to light these bulbs. So that's not a good thing. That's why I didn't put them in underneath. But the ones in the back actually work properly. But the fact that this one's on, look at that, it's even brighter now when I put this other one in. So it's, let me see how this one does too. So that one's fine. So they shouldn't be lit up. But what's happening is it's sending this little bit of a signal out here to say that it wants to warm these bulbs because it's going to flash them eventually. But that's too much power. So under the playfield, there's actually resistors that you can, and capacitors. You can go in there and find the schematics and disable them, and then it doesn't send that signal. But then you can't use old incandescents anymore because it won't send the proper warming signal to it. So that's kind of a bummer because you don't want those glowing the whole time, because when you put the plastic back on over the top, then you see it glowing like that 100% of the time instead of flashing when it's supposed to. It's really not that bright though, so I might do it anyway. With these covers on, it's not too bad because I already got one up here and this one, and those flash properly during gameplay, but I'm not sure why these two are now on because that one wasn't before. I think I'm just going to do it anyway. It wasn't too much of a hassle to get that off, so I'm going to leave it as is, and I'm going to swap this one. Maybe not on that one, because to get to this, I've got to remove the entire upper playfield, which I did earlier. And I should do it again because I got to get to the bulb, and this one's loose in the second socket, but I don't feel like doing that right now. I'm getting pretty tired. So I think what we're going to do is put this back together, and I might play one more game just to see what happens with these flashers over here. So let's get this back into position. You can see these were actually put on only about a month ago, and they're already blackening. So these are traditional white rubber. Oh, I see Phoenix, not scary to work with power on. I'm not worried about it. It's very low voltage. So up here on the playfield, all of these bulbs run on about 6 volts. So there's no worries there. Under the playfield, there's actually really high voltage. So you have like 50 volts for your flippers. Some of these flash bulbs actually do have higher voltages, but I think these at most are like 28. But it's very low amps too, so it's usually not a worry at all. If you're under the playfield working, sometimes it's a good idea to shut it down, but I like working with it on just because it looks better on the stream, and I like seeing the bulbs and hearing the music and stuff while I'm working. But if you're working and wiping down, sometimes it's a good idea to shut off if you're using any kind of like waxes or anything, or any liquids to clean. As you can see, it's like super dirty in the back here. Really dusty. So what I need to do eventually is take everything off of the playfield and go in there and just clean and wipe it down. I have special cleaners called Novice, which are like plastic polish, and they do a great job of cleaning that kind of stuff off. They'll get ball swirls out of there. You can see little tiny scratches. Unfortunately, the little scratches that are here are locked in because not the previous owner that I bought this from, but prior to him, somebody came through and they applied a mylar sheet, which is a plastic adhesive covering that's designed, it's especially cut and trimmed for this game, but it was applied and it's off by about a couple millimeters. You can see it around the edge. Let me move the camera over here and I'll show you one of the examples of it. So I don't know if that's going to focus in or not, but like right here, this is where, let's see if I can do it. No, it's not active. The kicker kicks forward and presses this out to bounce the ball, and you can see that it's actually, that plastic is actually over the top and it's being cut into, and then it's got little bits of warpage here on the edge, and it doesn't quite fit everywhere. It's off by maybe even a centimeter or so. So the sad thing about that is
if you wanted to take this off, you have to go through and carefully peel the whole thing back. And there's different techniques used to do it, but I'm really afraid because of how old this game is, and the point that you can see there's wear underneath around edges and stuff. They put this Mylar over it to protect it from further wearing. Idea, but unfortunately, because it's not lined up correctly, it also preserves the negative stuff that's underneath there and the bubbles. So like where they filled in this piece right here, you can hear that gap. It divots down. The ball travels so quickly over it, it really doesn't affect gameplay, but you can feel the insert is kind of rising up off the playfield. Some people have recommended I could, strip the whole thing down and carefully peel it off and then go through and touch up with paint, but it's a lot of work. And truly for me, this game is more about just playing. It's not one that I would want to be like a collector's quality, super perfect game. I like to play it. So there was a bubble right there that I poked down and I could see it actually go down. So in general, I think it's fine. Over here on the visor, so this is the target bank when it's lowered. I actually bought a sticker, which I'm hoping the guy mails me. It's been over a month since I ordered it. But there's a sticker that you can put on top of this that matches the colors and the stripes. So when it's lowered, it looks like the playfield continues in without that black bar. And then when it closes and this comes down, it matches the upper side of the visor. So then the colors continue. It kind of a nice little upgrade. Really cheap too, but hopefully he sends it to me. So I'll add that one in. But you can see a lot of the stickers up here. This is really warped. The dome here is actually concave because the heat from those lights inside, and then when it raises up, it presses against this piece and it just, dips the center in. So I'll probably try a heat gun on that, warm it up, just like I was talking about with the other plastics. Warm it up and try to resurface it and make it look good. But there's a lot of little things that are just cosmetic, but doesn't affect gameplay. So I'm not too worried about it. There we go. We got Master Splinter. Thanks for watching. Really appreciate it. It's super early here on the West Coast, so I know we've got a lot of people from overseas out of the U.S. watching at this time, but now we're getting to the point where it's early East Coast time, so I bet we've got people watching from early morning East Coast. But I'm getting really tired here on the West Coast, so I'm going to get this put back together, maybe play another game or two, and then I'm going to have to wrap it up for the evening. But I'm going ahead and put this back together. Let me drop that down. My concern is with these flashers. I put the LED flashers in and they shouldn't be on consistently, but I'm not too worried about it right now, so we're going to just test it out. But the hard part now, because this is also mounted into the plastic, you have to strap the rubber around here. So I got to wedge it down there. There we go. And then it's got to go around that one, but it's wanting to really pull on that screw. So the plastic is going to want to pull too when I'm screwing it in. Because it's actually not even, it should be screwed into the playfield. Yeah, there it goes. The nut on top of it unscrewed it all the way to the bottom. Okay, that's better. Okay. And this is, you can see how warped it is. So that's something that I'm going to do eventually. I'll just heat this up and flatten it back out. But I'm watching for that one on eBay because this has a chip out of it too, which would be kind of nice to fix. Even though, in this game, the ball hits a lot on these. It rebounds off the drops, so it's very common for stuff like that to get chipped. And then over here on the right, so this section here, this plastic, continues all the way underneath, so it protects the ball when it goes under the ramp from bouncing out. And then it also continues all the way around here to protect from bouncing out underneath that kick out down there. But the front edge is cracked, and then there's a piece that goes right across here that's completely missing. And that whole piece is impossible to find these days. So I'm keeping an eye out for it. Hopefully I'll find one. I may have to improvise and create one of my own. Let me look and see if we got it lined up. There we go.
my cell phone battery died, so I can still see the chat window up on my TV screen up here, but I can't see who is following or the follow requests or anything. But Master Splinter is asking, have I played the Hook Pinball? Yeah, actually my friend has a Hook machine, and it's great. It's actually a lot of fun. That's made by Data East, and I've got another Data East game, WWF Royal Rumble, and they're actually very similar in the way they're designed and function and everything. But yeah, Hook is pretty fun. It does have some annoying. The callouts are kind of annoying. I think they say bangarang from the movie, the way the kids yell out there. There's quite a few little callouts that can get annoying when you play it for a long time. But I think any pinball machine's kind of like that. But that one specifically, that's a complaint a lot of people have, is that it's got some annoying sound effects. But it's actually pretty neat. It's got great ramps. The skull in the center with the little up kicker is really nice. Pretty cool game. Alright, let's go ahead and put these nuts back on. I actually think that's supposed to have a washer. Yep, there it is. Maybe not, because it's broken, that's why. The washer doesn't hold it very well. I'll do this one. Oh, you just bought one. Nice. Yeah, one-handed on Hook. I haven't tried that. Actually, I've heard it's actually a really good practice to play one-handed, because then it makes you think further ahead of where the ball is going to go. And I've tried it, and it's really difficult. But it does actually make you think harder. But yeah, Hook is awesome. Congrats on picking that up. Is that your first pinball machine? It's been fun lately here on watching other people's channels on Twitch. There's another channel called Steffi Pie, and they normally do video games, but they just recently got a Brida Pinbot, and they streamed it literally like 2 hours after they brought it home. And I thought that was pretty awesome. It was really exciting to watch people get a new game home and kind of figure it out for the first time. And they got the ball stuck at one point, or something happened where they had to take the glass off, and they were so worried that the machine was on, they were going to get shocked. And it was funny. But I remember that, my first pinball machine, the same type of thing, like not knowing what I was doing and kind of being worried that I might break something, or whatever the case is. But it was kind of entertaining to watch some new people get their games for the first time and really enjoy playing it. Yeah, Data East has a WWF Royal Rumble. I actually have it right behind me here. I'll turn the camera around here in a second and show you. I actually have a stream. I forget if it was an hour and a half or something. If you look on my highlights on my profile page, I've got a WWF Royal Rumble stream. Since I did that, the actual Royal Rumble was on the WWE Network last Sunday. So it was, I think, last Wednesday or Thursday, I did a late night stream of that game. And I definitely want to do more of it, because it's my favorite game. I love it. This one went here, I think. This is kind of a weird little post. I don't know why it's here, but I'll put it right back where it came from. Yeah, WWF Royal Rumble is so great. It's all based on, it came out in 94, so of course it's based on like 1990 through about 92, 93. Initially, it had a bunch of different wrestlers, and that was around, I don't know if you're into wrestling, but that was around the time where there was a huge steroid trial, and WWF was under fire for steroid use, and so a lot of stuff was going on. So a lot of the wrestlers actually left the company and went to WCW at the time, and the pinball machine was in the process of being made, and so they actually had to go back and redo all the artwork to remove the wrestlers who left the company before it came out. And of course Hulk Hogan left about that time too, yet he is still featured very prominently on the game because, I mean, he's Hulk Hogan. Which is great that they didn't take him off, but they did remove a lot of other guys. So the cool thing on my Royal Rumble, I actually have a replica of the prototype back glass that shows all the wrestlers on there. T2 machine, yeah, that T2 is awesome. That's one I'd like to have too. I just played one tonight, and the lighting was out on it, so it was really difficult to play, but otherwise it was a lot of fun. Okay, so I got everything screwed back in. So I'll play a game here pretty quick, but I think I'll turn around and show the Royal Rumble game while I got the camera loose here. Move my speaker around me. It's also got a bunch of crap on it. I've got my new box with new ramps. So there it is with the a custom heavyweight title belt topper. And then the game itself, let me turn it on here for a second. If I can set this camera up, I'll clear the top off so you can see it better. Hold on, let me set this up. I'll be right back. I'm going to try to use this clamp and maybe...
The World Wrestling Federation, for over 50 years, the revolutionary force in sports entertainment.
So I've actually customized the music. Oh yeah, Road Blasters. So it's actually the sit-down cockpit Road Blasters game where you shoot, drive like the red Ferrari and shoot. Yeah, I love that game. I'm going to stream that one here pretty soon too. Yeah, so this, let me clear stuff off here. This is a box with a new ramp, a brand new ramp for this game, which mine is in good shape, but I had to get a brand new one because they're never going to be made again. They're really difficult to get, and the guy that made the Genesis ramps I mentioned earlier made the Royal Rumble ramp, which is awesome. That he's actually done so much good work for everybody that has these games that aren't considered to be very popular, even though a lot of people bought them and needed them, so very thankful to him. Okay, so let's see if I can lift this up and show you. Come on. If I don't knock everything over. I just need my cable closer to me. Alright, so there we go. Into my other room and see the screen. So there's the back glass. So this is the prototype back glass that has all the wrestlers who were originally supposed to be on there, and then they got rid of them. So the original back glass has Hogan, Undertaker, Yokozuna, Lex Luger, and Macho Man, and Bret Hart. And this one's got everybody. A lot of guys. The sad thing is most of the guys in this game are not alive anymore. So it's kind of a nice reminder of everybody. You know, this is like my favorite time of wrestling too, watching these games. Also right next to it here, this is the WrestleMania limited edition from Stern that came out less than a year ago. So it has all the current people in there, but also all the legends. So Undertaker, Hogan, Austin, Shawn Michaels, Andre the Giant, tons of them there. Rock and Austin, of course. But yeah, the Rumble is amazing. Yeah, and actually the music for the Royal Rumble here, I've replaced the soundboard with a custom pin soundboard, so I can go in there and replace the music with any of the wrestlers' real music. So if I start the game here, I'm just going to kick it off here. 3x multiplier. So there's Tatanka. So that's Hulk Hogan's real music. And then each of the different ramps here. So the center ramp has Bret Hart, Hacksaw Jim Duggan, Alexa Luger. There's Crush, Big Boss Man, and Shawn Michaels on the right orbit. And then underneath the left is Yokozuna, Doink, and Tatanka. There's also Mr. Fuji and Paul Bearer, Mr. Perfect, Macho Man. There's also a mode that was a Roddy Piper sleeper hold mode, and I've put his music in, and that happens up in the pop bumpers. Let's see if I can... No, I can't play one-handed and hold the camera. But I'll stream this again sometime. Let me drain the other ball. But yeah, the music is fantastic. And the audio quality coming out of the pin soundboard is just amazing. Now you got Bobby Heenan and Vince McMahon. But yeah, I've done a lot of stuff to this game. So you can see the speaker panel back there, the speakers glow. And then underneath,
There's LEDs underneath and in the back box that are color coordinated, so they flash and flicker with the game when the flash bulbs go off. Really, really cool feature. And I love this, the original intro to Hogan's music. So, of course, everybody who doesn't like wrestling is probably completely bored at this point, but that's why I'm called the Main Event Arcade and Pinball. I love pro wrestling and pro wrestling video games and pinball, so I do have a lot of other stuff, but my primary collection is wrestling-oriented. I've got 4-player WrestleFest, Superstars, the Main Event, Wrestle War, a bunch of fun ones like that. So I'll shut her down for now. But yeah, that's pretty cool. Oh yeah, Psycho Sid's on the back glass, but he's not in the game itself. He was one that got removed at the time. This machine I bought in really rough condition. It needed a ton of work, and I got it for $1,500, which is a little bit high for a game that was in that condition, but it's a really good price if you love the game. And this one in its current condition probably would be worth maybe $2,500. I put way more money into it than I should have, but I'll never get rid of it. It's my favorite game of all time, so it's not going anywhere. So I don't mind overspending to fix it up. Alright, let's see if I can get this camera back in place. I'm going to play a couple more rounds of Pinbot before I go to bed. So I can't even go to bed. I got to work. It's almost probably 6:30 now. Maybe 7. Yeah, hundreds of millions on wrestling. Yeah, I think my highest score on there is like 1.2 or 1.3 billion. The average game is around like 500 million for a decent game, and if you get your multipliers up and you hit the Royal Rumble mode, which is awesome, a six ball multi-ball with a little play field up there, a mini ring, it's really fun. All right, I think I'm gonna. I don't have my clamp in position for this again, but let's try it on the other side. I don't know if this is going to work or not. That's kind of cool there. This little stand was really cheap, and the plastic knobs are broken when I open it out of the package, so it doesn't tighten up very well. Alright, we'll try it like that. Yeah, there's actually a really good soccer pinball machine that's fantastic. World Cup Soccer, I think it's called. It's kind of cartoon oriented. It has a cartoon dog, but it's actually really cool. There's a goalie that moves around up there that blocks your goal shots. And then there's a huge rubber soccer ball that turns on the play field that you can hit. It's pretty neat. Yeah, look for WCS. I think it's World Class or World Cup Soccer. '97. But yeah, it's fantastic. Actually, I think earlier tonight on Dead Flip Pinball's streaming channel, they played that all night long. So you could go look for Dead Flip. It's dead_flip, and check in the highlights. There'll probably be some great gameplay of that. And subscribe to his channel. It's awesome. That's probably my favorite pinball channel out there. He's a great host with a great voice. And he's also an amazing graphic designer and animator, which I just found out about today. Pretty awesome. So yeah, these lights that we just replaced here are still glowing solid, which is not the way they're supposed to work. They're supposed to flash like that. So I'll have to figure out what to do to fix that. Oh, whoa, almost lost it.
So I'm going to go into the ramp. There we go. 60,000. So one of the things with those scores, they're progressive. So when you own the game and you collect it almost every game, it never progresses very high. But if you were to play a Pinbot out on location somewhere where people don't hit that all, actually score huge scores by hitting those. But at home, not so much. There it goes. I hit that green target. Just progressed me to Pluto. I probably should try to do that. Just progress all the planets. Since I don't do that very often. So yeah, when you're going to buy a pinball machine, there's a lot of things to look for. It's always a good idea to do as much research on the game you're looking at before you go out there. Oftentimes, if you know what's wrong with it, it's a good idea not to tell them, unless it's something major. But sometimes you go out there and a game is going to be a really simple fix, and most people recommend don't try to fix their game because then they're going to want more money for it. Of course, you want to pay a fair price, but be careful not, every once in a while you get a pinball machine that truly won't start and it looks broken and they just want to get rid of it because it's taking up space. And you get home and you find out that maybe there was some loose wires or the fuse burned out, because there's a ton of fuses in these games. And occasionally, like flippers like this too, the flippers can actually overheat and burn out a fuse. And sometimes all it is replace a fuse and the game works. So it's a good idea not to try to troubleshoot it when you go out shopping for a pinball machine. Just look at the most important thing is make sure the artwork is good. If you have little broken pieces of plastic, that's usually not a big deal, but if you know what game you're looking at, do some research. Try plastics or parts for that game you're looking for. That way you know what it's going to cost to fix anything that might be wrong with that one. It's usually not a good idea to go to somebody's place and then just kind of like run down the machine and tell them it's crap, because they're usually going to just tell you to get out of there. Most people know what their games are worth, especially if they're collectors. So you want to make sure you're honest and upfront with them and offer them a fair price. Oh, dang it. I've had people come and look at games and they're like, "Oh, this is garbage. This is broken," and they start trying to cut your price down to nothing. And that's never fun to be on either side of that. So I typically go out and I know what I'm willing to pay when I walk out there, and I'll take a look at it. Most of the time, I don't try to negotiate down. I'll usually make them a pretty good offer. And the only reason I'll negotiate down a little bit is if there's something that wasn't obvious in the initial listing, like if you're on Craigslist or something. If you get out there and it turns out there's something really, maybe try to negotiate there. But the other thing is, don't feel obligated to buy. If you get out there and it's not what you expected and they're wanting too much for it, walk away from it. I have a hard time doing that myself. That's why I have so many games, because I have overpaid for a lot of games, and I've bought some that I shouldn't have bought just because I really wanted it at the time. And it'll happen. Like when you're first into collecting games, you're going to want to buy everything. And then once you start getting them, then you realize, oh, I probably shouldn't have bought that or shouldn't have paid that much. And then you end up with no space. I have no space. And so then you have to figure out, well, do I want to sell it? Is it worth selling? It's funny, though. It becomes an addiction. Nice. I've got 62 followers so far. Awesome. A lot of people came in tonight. Really appreciate it. How much money? So a lot of these games, it varies. Like Pinbot, you can get a pretty decent Pinbot in this condition for around, anywhere from $1,000 to $1,500. This one here is in that low 1,000 range. With all the LEDs and the repairs and stuff that have been done on there, it's a pretty good price around there. Occasionally you'll find them a little rougher for anywhere from $800 to $1,000. But usually if it's rough, that's because it's the artwork and the playfield. And if you wanted to get a brand new playfield, just the wood surface with the artwork, there's one on eBay right now that's really nice for $600. But when you think about that, that's just the wood surface with the art, none of the parts. So $600 for that. If you can get a whole game in good shape like this for a little over $1,000, it's a good deal. So repairing and restoring machines is more expensive typically than the resale value, depending on the game itself. Every game varies. The brand new machines from Stern, The pro level start around like $5,500, and they go up. Like the LEs will go up to over $8,000 for brand new ones. And if you're looking at classic games like Addams Family, Attack from Mars, those are really high. And Monster Bash, those can get up to the 10,000 mark, which is really, really out of my range. The most I ever spent was the WrestleMania LE, and I had to because it was wrestling. But I got a good deal. So the retail cost, usually if you go through a good distributor, you can get a better deal. The retail cost is not what I don't think anybody pays unless you buy it on Amazon. But yeah, you can actually go to Amazon and buy a pinball machine on Amazon Prime and have it delivered in 2 days. Crazy. But you're also paying the retail price, which is in some cases $1,000 more than you can get at a good distributor. Yeah, the little plastic pieces, don't worry about those too much, but the problem is some games have easily available plastics you can find online or eBay. Some games, like this one in particular, you can't buy these new anymore. They're just not around. There's a company called CPR that actually does reproductions, and they do amazing printed reproductions of all the plastics. They did Pinbot a year ago, and they all sold out instantly, and they said they're never going to print them again. So they were pretty much telling people this is the last time you have the opportunity to buy these. I hope someday they actually reprint and do it again, but the last time prior to last year was like almost 8 years ago. So it's very unlikely that I'm going to find a new set anywhere. There are people who bought a full set because they needed one piece, one piece of the whole set they needed. So all of the extras have been going up on eBay. So like today I was watching these little spaceship pieces on the side. Those were up for like $5 a piece, and I should have bought them. They might still be out there, but you can find parts like that. Like this upper playfield, just that piece with the Brida Pinbot on there. That's like $100 just for that piece because it's rare to find. Really expensive. So you do want to do some research. Every game is a little different. Some games widely available, others you can't find anything for it. So yeah, definitely follow the channel for sure. I always really appreciate everybody following the channel, and I don't have a set schedule for streaming, but I'm usually on like overnight really late like this. So it's usually weeknights, really late at night, West Coast time, early morning East Coast time. But yeah, definitely follow. I'm going to be doing a lot more of these, showing off the other machines. I've got the Batman pinball that's the Day to East Batman coming in. I've already done a ton of work on it, but the flippers don't work, so I've got a lot of work on that. But yeah, the new style pinball machines are not for everybody. There's a lot of people who just love the 80s and 90s stuff, but there are good ones. I mean, Stern has really stepped up in terms of the overall gameplay. The build quality is questionable on some of them. I mean, they're still good, like WrestleMania. The LE edition is awesome. I mean, they used all the classic. There you go. Thanks for the follow. Cream of the crop, brother. So the WrestleMania LE uses like beautiful metal parts. It's really heavy duty. The pro models tend to be a little bit cheaper, which is why they cost like almost $3,000 less than the LEs. But overall build quality, they just feel different than these classic machines. And it's not a bad thing. I mean, it kind of feels good in some cases. Like, I just played the new Kiss game tonight, and it feels amazing, but I don't know anything about it, so I did terrible on it. Hey, there's Stash Kid. Hello from work. Awesome. I've been up all night. I think I've been streaming now like 4.5 hours. So good to see you on here. I've actually been doing some repairs and gameplay, changing out LEDs. I got my switches to work. I found out that the entry switch on the ramp, the wire is hanging by a thread. There's literally one wire that's set up out of that strand that's hanging on. So I got to find my soldering iron. I looked for it. I can't find it. So that'll be something for tomorrow. But good to see you. Thanks for coming in. Yeah, so Stern's got a ton of great games out there. I really love Metallica. That's definitely my favorite of the recent Sterns. And hopefully WrestleMania is going to get better. They've been working on the code update for the last year, promising updates, and I know there's a good full-featured update coming, and I hope that it makes the game a lot more fun than it is. I really enjoy it as it is, but it doesn't last. Like I played it 6 hours last week on the stream, and it was a lot of fun because I hadn't played it in months because I'd already kind of like did everything you can do, and there's not really, I mean, once you do it, there's not a lot of progression, and the code is incomplete. So there's modes that it talks about that you can't achieve. So I'm really looking forward to that being fixed soon. So yeah, Batman. Yeah, Metallica Pro is awesome. So someday I will have one. I definitely have to get one. I love it, especially the new code update that Lyman put out there a while back. Amazing. But yeah, Batman. The Date East Batman is a great game for beginner players. It's an easy game to play and it's not very deep. But I love Batman. Like for me, the 1989 Batman movie is the greatest. Someday on this stream I'll show everybody, but I actually own screen use suits and replica props from like Star Wars. I have Star Wars costume. I'm part of the 501st Legion as Darth Vader, and I've got stormtroopers, and I actually own one of the original screen use Batman suits from the 1989 film. So I'm working on getting a display set up for that and restoration. The foam is really deteriorated, but I had to get the pinball machine, and I ended up paying more than it was worth. Because it was like I mentioned earlier, don't let your emotions jump in and make you buy a game that really isn't worth it. I did that. I knew the owner too, and so I really kind of didn't expect it to be as bad as it was. But I got home and there were so many things wrong with it. It played when I bought it, and that was the last day it played. I've had it for several months now, and I've done tons of work, and I've replaced parts, and I've put in probably $1,000 of parts, not even including my hours and labor, and it's still not working, but it's very close. When it is working, it came out in '91, so it just shortly after the movie, just before the Batman Returns movie. But it's a really simple game. There's a bat cave shot right in the center of the playfield, which is pretty much your primary shot. On the left side, there's a really cool Joker face that's kind of like Skee-Ball, where it has holes in his eyes and mouth. You get different points based on the combos that you link on the face. And then there's an upper area that looks like the balcony in the art museum from the movie. So the ramp that's attached, when you shoot it up from the shooter lane, it goes up that ramp, coils around, drops down through some holes into your rollover lanes, but then the Batcave ramp goes back up there. And there's a lot of different shots you can make. There's a diverter that will push it back down to the play field. There's some stand-up targets. The artwork is fantastic. But yeah, I like it a lot. But it's also a really simple game. So it's one that most people, if they owned it and they're really into pinball, they would probably sell it fast because you can do everything the game has probably at the end. I love it because the music, the theme, it's Batman. It is really fun, but it's limited. So if you're going to own one game, you want to find a game that has some good depth to it, or that you have like an amazing emotional connection to that you're going to love even if it's a shallow game. That's kind of the way I am with the Nightmare on Elm Street game. Nightmare on Elm Street, it's actually more deep than most people give it credit for, but it does have very limited shots, and it's not for everybody. But I love it. I'm into Freddy, love horror movies. Pretty much all my games are related to what I collect prior to getting into pinball, so I kind of grab them based on themes, whereas like Pinbot, I have great memories as a kid playing this one, and primarily the music, so I had to get it. But a middle see-through pinball. Yeah, so there's several pinball machines that have like a see-through play field in the center. Creature from the Black Lagoon has a window in the middle that has a hologram of the creature in there. So when you shoot certain parts, it actually shows you the creature in 3D rotating around, which is really cool. And there's a mod where people have put an LCD panel behind it, and so they have like a video of the hologram itself, but then you can put in actual movie, like the creature movie can play in there, which is really cool. But that's awesome. And then Genesis is the other pinball I talked about earlier on the stream. I'm not sure if you were in here then. It has a window that shows like this robot, and it's like a mad scientist, and so you're shooting all these shots to collect letters for the body parts, and then when you collect them all, you hit the switch, and it activates the under playfield little animated display, and the lights flash, and you see this cylinder rotate, and it opens up, and it shows this fembot laying in there, which it doesn't really do anything for gameplay, but it's really cool. And it's really hard to achieve, and the thing that's weird about that game is until you achieve it once, you can't really get any massive multipliers, so your score is extremely limited until you surpass the first cycle of that mode. But that game, I'm going to put it here on the stream, and I'm going to rebuild it and clean it up, and I'll play a lot of it probably in the next couple of weeks. But yeah, Nightmare on Elm Street is, it's right to the left of the Royal Rumble game that I showed earlier. And of course that one I'm going to stream as well. I'm working on replacement parts, and I'm making some custom mods it has a giant Freddy head in the middle that talks and it spits out the ball, but the head doesn't look really like Freddy. It's like, the sculpt isn't bad, but it doesn't look like Robert Englund. So I'm working on a custom sculpt that will actually look like Robert Englund from the movie without the hat. So you can see like all the burns on his head and everything. But it has some really cool claw flippers. Like right in the middle of the flippers, there's 4 slots and there's metal blades that come up, and you can activate that, and there's a separate button on the side that has the claw flipper that will save the ball. And then there's even a Freddy glove on the left side that you can flick and hit the ball all the way up to a target on the upper right. So I like it. It's a lot of fun. The music is great. The callouts are fun. Freddy did a ton of voiceover work for it. Yeah, the NES game is great too. I love it. I actually have that Freddy action figure that's in the NES box, but I don't know where it is right now. But yeah, I got this guy. I got lots of collectible stuff that relates to the pinball machines I've got. And I've actually customized the Freddy with some of those NECA Freddy figures. So I was able to use those and put in like the one where he's getting all torn apart and the arms are reaching out of his chest and grabbing onto like different rails in the pinball machine. And then I got the figure with the long arms from the original Nightmare where his arms are like stretched out super long. And so I've got him in the corner with the arms reaching over. And then there's the Freddy worm from part 3 that's eating the girl, and I have that set up over the outlane. Looks really cool. But I haven't played that one in a long time. Since the original head broke, it leans over and it blocks one of the diverters, and when the ball spits out, it gets caught on the teeth, and so it doesn't come out very good. Yeah, the claws move. No, but I have a lot of stuff with that Nightmare on Elm Street that I've kind of modified inside the playfield just to make it custom, but that's one I picked up before. I've got tons of Freddy stuff all over the place. Let's see if I can move the camera here. I'll show it to you there. It's really dark. Let me try to turn my light. Oops, I'm pulling my power plug down. There, you can see a little bit. So on top of the Freddy machine there is the replica of Freddy's house from part 3. So it's made out of popsicle sticks just like the movie, and it actually lights up. So when the game comes on, and I haven't plugged the wire in, but it actually lights up inside and has sound effects, which is really cool up on top there. And I don't know if you can see through the glass. I've got too much junk over there, but there's Freddy's head inside. And I actually met Robert Englund, and he signed the back glass for me. So it says, "Tilt this, Freddy, Robert Englund." And then in the silver pen on his hat, it says, "Now you're playing with power." Pretty awesome. Oh yeah, I do lots of mods. Try to make it at least reasonable for the gameplay, so it doesn't actually affect gameplay any. It's just visual, just for looks. Alright, well I think I'll play a little bit more Pinbot here before I shut down.
Oh yeah!
I just heard the Macho Man. Somebody followed. I'll take a look here in a minute. Oh, my battery's out, so I can't. Much for the follow. I'll take a look if I can here in a minute, or just type in the chat there. I can see my chat window up here on my wall, but I can't see any of the other screens. Oh, down the outlet. What time is it? My phone is out, so all my clock's batteries are dead. So I think it's like 6, maybe 6 in the morning, maybe 6:30. I don't know. I think it said I've been playing for like over 4 hours now, 4.5 maybe. So I'm about to shut it down. I was up watching pinball yesterday morning at this time on AKM Pinball. They were playing World Poker Tour. Oh, look at that. And that was kind of fun, and then I took a nap this afternoon, so I only slept for like, I don't know, 3 or 4 hours in the last 24, which is probably not too good, considering I also have to get on my computer and start doing real work here in a little bit. MW32025. Doing good. Thanks for watching. Were you the one who just recently followed? If so, thank you so much. Appreciate it. There we go. Oh, I just shot it right down on my own. Okay, that was the worst game of the night. 151,000. Terrible. That's what happens when I'm not paying attention. Let me adjust this a little bit. I'm going to go down lower. There you go. So now you can see all the way up to the visor. Awesome. Thanks again for that follow. Really appreciate it. Glad to have you. I don't know how many people have come and gone throughout the night tonight, but I noticed that it said I was over 60 followers now, which is pretty amazing, considering this is tech. For everybody who's in here that's enjoying this pinball, if you want to see some other great pinball, make sure to follow StashKid13. Check out his channel up there. He streams every single day. Whitewater, Black Rose, lots of great games. Alright, here we go with the visor. Oh, I always forget. For some reason, mine opens it again. So a lot of times I forget to wait till it opens the second time. There we go. So I went off to that left lane there because if you roll over the left in lane and then you hit it within certain times, it actually increases your score every time you hit it. So you have to roll through this in lane first. So really what I should be doing is trying to lock into the eye socket. Alright, here we go. Lock one. Yeah, you're welcome. I always enjoy your streams, and hopefully I can spread the love over there too. Has the snow melted yet? I'm so glad we've only had rain. I haven't had snow, but I don't watch the news, so I get all my weather news from you. I'm not paying attention here. I got to get it down the right eye socket. There it is. Oh, I lost it. Wow, barely saved that one. Not even paying attention to it. Alright, what do I shoot next? The visor's open, but it's not. I'm not supposed to go in there right now, so it'll kick out if I do. It usually closes on its own, but I think because I'm cradling the ball over here, I'm holding it, it's actually not going to close until I kick it off to another target. Yep, there it goes. Oh, right down the out lane. Oh yeah, Indiana Jones, that's right. I actually played a little bit of that tonight. I was at the arcade downtown playing games. 2 inches. So it melted then pretty good yesterday, I would assume. Or most of it. It was actually 60 degrees here today, which is amazing because we've had it, you know, fairly cold, but just mostly rain. But for some reason today it warmed up, and it was even like in the mid-50s when I went outside about an hour ago to grab some of my equipment. Maybe it was 2 or 3 hours ago now. I'm losing track of time.
So before you came in, I actually put in these LEDs. So these are flasher LEDs, and unfortunately they're on constantly. They're not flashing like the rest of them are, because the LED's there and the other two back there, I put the same LEDs in. So I got to go through and figure out. I know there's a capacitor or some resistors that are implemented to warm up the old incandescents. I got to figure out where those are to remove them, so then it only flashes when it's supposed to. But even as it is, it doesn't look bad. So that one's flashing the right way. But I'd rather have it flash properly. Alright, we're going to try the one-shot this open. Oh, I missed it. These outlanes are killer on this game. That's what it's known for. So my best score on this game tonight was 1.5 million, and that was almost all on the third ball. Like I had, or no, the second ball, the first and third were like drained right down the sides. So I did really well on a single ball, and then I've been doing terrible on pretty much every. There we go. Locked in the left socket. Hopefully that camera angle you can actually see down the sockets there. I can't tell from this angle. I always think it's pretty cool when you can see underneath the visor there's an awesome looking face under there. And then in the cup in there, you can actually see them directly through the little holes where the eyes are on the plastic. Oh, there it is. Alright, so I locked one. Oh. Wow. Because that was like a flash. Bounced right off this post, right down the left, instantly. Oops, bumped it. So one of the other things here, let me rotate this camera. On the back glass, I'm just going to bring the camera up handheld. You can see the face of Pinbot and those orange eyes. That's where the translight has actually melted because there was incandescent flashers behind there, and it melted the actual plastic. So the previous owner had actually taken some orange plastic and taped around there. So it has eyeballs. But the cool thing is when you just look at it without the lights on, it just looks like a black visor. And then when the light flashes behind, the design, the same one that's on the playfield, shows up through the translight, like all the texture of the face, which I think is pretty awesome. Alright, so one thing I forgot I was going to do today before I shut the stream down was take the back glass off and adjust some of my LEDs. So I'm going to try to line it up here. Alright. Actually, I'm going to have to go a different angle. Because I got a bunch of new LEDs in, so I wanted to change it because
there was too much red and blue overpowering other stuff, and I modified it, but I ran out of the colors I wanted, so I'm going to try to change the flare here. Let's try that. Microphone out of the way. Remember if I had this locked or not. Nope. Yeah, here, let me show you the back. So they put the little, there's the design of the face, and they put those little plastic pieces over the eye, which I guess was not a bad way to fix it other than just looking right through to the back, but sadly these are hard to find, these translights. I've been looking online, and the cheapest one I saw on eBay recently was like $115 or $120 just for the plastic, not even the glass or anything, it's just the plastic that goes on there. And I want to get one only because that's not the way it's supposed to look, but I also don't want to spend that much just to get rid of that. I did pick up this shield back here. So the little shield makes it so the light that comes off of these bulbs only shines through the squares on Pinbot's face. So the color doesn't bleed over to the other parts of the translight. So it makes them a lot brighter. Really a cool thing. That was at Pinball Life for like 10 bucks. It's 3D printed. Very cool. This is one of the original ones down here that's made out of cardboard and stuff. That's what it came with to differentiate between your tilt and your game overs and stuff like that. But they never had one. So Pinball Life custom made this, and it's perfect. It's a great, perfectly contoured, awesome. So one of the lights, so this one, this is a little white bulb, and the color is supposed to be yellow. So I think I actually have a yellow bulb. Yes, I do. It's frosted though, but we'll see what it looks like. I was thinking about replacing all of these with frosted color, because the frosted bulbs, instead of being straight flat LEDs like this, the frosted bulbs like expand the light, but it doesn't necessarily matter since it's locked into this little square anyway. But I think that's the only yellow I have. I don't think I have any straight yellows like this. And these ones are, there's non-ghosting, which means when there's supposed to be no power, that they don't light up. But you can, maybe, I don't know if you can see on the camera, they have just a hint of glow happening on here when other things are turning on. And so that means that they are ghosting LEDs, which is okay in most cases. So there's some machines you never notice it. The problem that comes in with those is sometimes under a playfield, when the light is supposed to be turned off and it has just a hint of glow, you can see it through the plastic, and it's confusing if it's supposed to be turned off, but it's still glowing. So that'll be fine for now. The other ones I wanted to change. So like here I have this red frosted. Most of the time on the back glass, if you're using frosted bulbs, it makes the light kind of dissipate, whereas these ones really go straight up onto it. So if I put it back up here, like for Pinbot up there for the letters, those three, so there it is, the yellow, actually look better than these. Maybe I will put frosted on all of them. But you can see the difference there. Like the colors that are behind are pretty bright, and this one diffuses it pretty good with the colors in between, but I wanted to change it a little bit so I get good light, but it's not overpowering. And actually this white one here in the center for the pinball on the back glass, I've seen people use like the frosted whites, but then it bleeds over to some of these others. But that's a good one for a color changer, so you can get like LEDs that will rotate slowly through other colors. There's also flashers back here, which I want to try with these cool white flashers, and hopefully they don't turn on when I plug them in, because I don't want them on all the time. They should only come on when they're supposed to. So let's see what happens here. Yep, they're on constantly. So just like the ones on the playfield, I got to figure out how to disable that so they're not always on. So these ones, the little sticker here, so these are 89 flashers. They're 28 volts as opposed to 6 volts. All the rest of them are low voltage. But I can't use that. They're a different type of bulb. They're called 1251s. Also 28 volts. but they're designed so they can actually stay on rather than just a pure flash. Yeah, Master Splinter, thanks again for joining. It's not super active tonight, but it's super early in the morning. So occasionally, especially in the evenings, there's a lot of guys that follow the pinball streams, and it gets pretty lively. I usually hang out in the other threads, like Stash Kid's thread or his stream. We'll get in there and just talk about whatever. It's a lot of fun. A lot of the streams are that way. And if you go to Dead_Flip, he'll have 1,000 people watching pinball every night. It's amazing. Depends on the night. Sometimes it'll only be a few hundred, but when you have that many people in there and everybody's chatting and active, and it's a lot of fun. And Tuesday nights on Dead_Flip seem to be his nights where he drinks and plays pinball, and it gets pretty out of control. This week was 6 or 7 hours streaming, and he was playing Metallica. The Metallica flipper broke, so he ended up putting on a Power Ranger costume and a cape and a Batman mask and dancing around and pretty much being a clown for 5 or 6 hours. It was awesome. Yeah, we just sit around and talk, and Stash Kid's on there for a good 3-4 hours almost every night. Yeah, it's pretty cool. I've really enjoyed all the people I've met so far, and I've only really been on Twitch for like 3 weeks now, 3 or 4 weeks. So it's been a lot of fun. I'm really glad. PolyB18 is another channel to follow. He does repair stuff every Wednesday, but he's in the threads like on the streams every night, hanging out. He's the one who motivated me to get all these cameras and all. Dude. But yeah, everybody's awesome. So if you enjoy this, make sure to come back in the evening. Watch some of the threads later. Go to the pinball category and just click follow on that so you see any pinball games that come up. There's lots of great stuff going on. Yeah, well, I've got this off here. These are PinScore. These are brand new score replacement screens. Than the old ones. They use low voltage or lower voltage. So it's a lot cleaner, less heat in the back box. They also look fantastic. Really nice. So if nobody's seen inside a pinball machine before, there's the new PinScore board. There is some heat. I can feel it coming out of here, but that's from the power supply up there. The batteries in a pinball machine are there to retain your high scores. Most people will remove the batteries off the board and they'll just relocate them. I kind of want to move this a little bit further because right now the reason to do this is if it's on the boards, eventually the batteries will leak the battery acid. And for whatever reason, they designed them all back in the day, putting them right on the board, and then the battery acid would leak all the way down and it would just melt all of the chips and ruin the board. So that's another thing you were asking earlier about what to look for when you're buying a pinball machine. Have them open the back glass, look back here, make sure your wires are clean, look for any burn marks on the connectors. Make sure it's clean, and always look at the batteries and look for corrosion or any kind of battery acid damage. You'll see it. It'll be like fuzzy and green, and you want to look on the chips and everything too, but double check their batteries. If the batteries look fresh, they're probably okay. If they're relocated and moved, even better. That means that they already know what they're doing. Every pinball machine with batteries, you should relocate the batteries, or you can actually install where it uses a button battery like a watch, and then you never have to change it more than like maybe every 3 years, and those batteries don't leak. So if it goes dead, the worst thing that happens is you lose your score, but they're not going to ruin your board. And you can buy them cheap at a store, pop them right in. Really a nice thing to do. Yeah, the rest of this stuff, there's flipper boards. This is the primary drive board. Sound board is up here on the left. With Pinbot, there's actually sounds that are done here on the main board too, so it's kind of complex, and I think some of my sound problems are related to that. And then this is the power supply board up here, and these are ground drivers. Lots of fuses, of course. So oftentimes, like I mentioned before, if you go to somebody's house and you're looking at a game that's broken, the joke in all the collectors with arcade and pinball is like, oh, it's just a fuse. They'll tell you, oh, it's broken, but it's just a fuse. It's cheap to fix. If it was just a fuse, they'd go out and spend $3 and fix it and sell it for way more. So don't believe that. Sometimes you get lucky, like my Firepower 2. Literally, the fuse was all that was wrong. It powered up, it didn't play. I put the new fuse in there, boom, played. Awesome, because I bought it for $350. Cool. See you later, Stash Kid. Thanks for joining us. We'll see you probably later tonight. I'm going to be moving these games around because I got to get that Firepower out of here. But yeah, we'll see you later tonight. Thanks. Okay, well, I think I'm done back here. Oh yeah, this is what I was looking for here. These are the drivers, these resistors. These are ceramic resistors. I think that's because they're wired in right here. That's what's controlling these flashers on the side. And if I remove those, then the LEDs are not going to light up when it's turned off. Because what that does is it just warms up these flashers. So even though right now you can't see any glowing in there, it's putting just enough voltage through it that it's kind of warm. So when it actually does send the full volts, it doesn't just break it just flashes. But that's why the LEDs will come on, because that little bit of power that it's sending is enough to light up the whole LED lamp. Yeah, 350 was a great deal. It's pretty rough. The playfield, the artwork is worn all the way down to the wood in the center, so it's pretty rough, but I cleaned it up. I put LED lights in it. The plastics are perfect. It plays really well. I did a lot of work to clean it up, so I've probably got $850 total into the whole project. But I sold it for $800 because I just need the space. And it does need a little work if you wanted to make it perfect. I have an extra play field with extra parts, and so I'm just throwing that in just to get out of here. I never wanted to do the work to actually put a new play field in and move everything over. So I never got around to it, but it's going away. I have the original Firepower, so that's the sequel. The original one's way better. The sequel was basically them trying to cash in on the success of the first one, but make it cheaper. So they took out the multi-ball feature, the locks. They put a ramp on it, which is kind of pointless. It's a crazy ramp. They took the speech board off so it doesn't talk. Otherwise, it's identical. Like the layout is almost the same. The sound effects and music are the same. It was really just, but make it cheaper and make more money on it, which it didn't. It didn't sell as well as the first one. The original Firepower sold like 17,000 plus units when it was new. It came out in 1980. And it was super popular. The sequel, not so much. I don't know how many they made, maybe 3,000 or something. Still quite a bit for pinball. Back then, they would easily make 3,000 to 5,000 on almost every machine, and now, maybe 1,000 or less. Depends on what the material, the theme is in the game. Yeah, look for acid damage. American Pinball. That's all this is, I think. I don't know. Maybe it's a different term I'm not familiar with. But, yeah, pretty much all of this is all... Williams, based out of Chicago. Stern was based out of Chicago. Pretty much all these pinball machines were definitely made in America. But yeah, acid damage for sure. Always check the batteries. Make sure they're... If they look like old batteries, even if it looks clean around, it's possible that there was damage. But yeah, look for that. That's a big thing. Tommy, you mean Tommy the Pinball or Tommy the brand, like the little toy pinball machines? Because I know there was Tommy that was a toy company that made little kids tabletop pinball machines. I used to have one of those as a kid. Pretty cool. But yeah, the Tommy pinball machine is a Data East game, and it's based on the movie, but the Who with the Who. That's a great pinball machine. I really like it. Pretty cool music. That's one that's actually really good. Like I did with the Royal Rumble, putting that pin soundboard in there. You can replace it with really good, cool music. But that game also has a little blind shield. So certain modes, like the movie was about, Tommy, who was a blind pinball wizard. So on the pinball machine, there's a shield that comes out and covers your flippers, so you can't actually see your flippers. It's really neat. But yeah, Tommy the brand, I think, is probably the tabletop kids style pinball. Yeah, those are a lot of fun. Okay, well, I think I'm done for the night, or for the morning, because I actually have to get down on my computer and do some work, and then probably go to bed. But I'll be back later tonight. I don't know if I'll be streaming or not, but I'll actually be on Twitch watching other streams. So for all you guys who have actually been hanging around and enjoy watching pinball, maybe this is the first time you watch pinball on Twitch, make sure to check out the pinball streams, the pinball category, and come back in the evenings. There's all sorts of great pinball streaming going on. There's tournaments always happening. Friday night there's a new guy streaming, Flip Out New Hampshire. He's got a cool tournament on the Tron pinball machine happening on Friday, which is going to be awesome. Got a cool challenge set up for that. So definitely recommend coming back and watching, and of course I'll be back pretty frequently, but I don't have an official set schedule yet. But we'll definitely be rotating games out. So this might be the last time watching Pinball on the stream for a while. I got to move it out to the garage this morning to get this other game out. So, well, cool. Thanks, everybody. I think I'm going to wrap it up. All the views, the follows. Hope you enjoyed yourself. Thanks for hanging out with me. It was a lot of fun. And we'll catch you later.